Good morning. I'm Nick Cheney, the Vice President of the Geopolitics and Foreign Policy Department here at CSIS. And it's my distinct pleasure to welcome you all here in the room, as well as our online audience. Today's event titled Reassessing the Strategic Value of China to Korea. As you can already see, looking at this panel, we brought together an impressive group of distinguished scholars to examine the future of the relationship between Korea and China today. And this conversation is exceptionally timely, given that President Trump is visiting Beijing for a summit with Xi Jinping. And the developments at that meeting will clearly reverberate across the region and indeed the entire world. We've organized 3 panels for you today. The first will assess the strategic value of China to Korea. That will be followed by a panel on Korea's role in a Taiwan conflict. And finally, a session on whether China has been helpful on North Korea. Let me offer a special thank you to our co-host, the Korea Foundation, for helping us organize this event today. And before we get started, let me just briefly call your attention to some multimedia products, including the Korea Chair's Impossible State podcast, the Capital Cable YouTube show, and State of Play, which is a podcast run by our Geopolitics and Foreign Policy Department. You can find these on our website, and we hope that you will tune in to follow our analysis of geopolitical dynamics in Asia and around the world. So without further ado, let me turn the proceedings over to Scott Snyder, President of the Korea Economic Institute of America, who will kick things off for us today. Thank you for coming.
Great, Nick. Thank you so much, and thank you to the organizers for inviting me here to lead this panel. And our topic is reassessing the strategic value of China to South Korea. And so I thought I might just, by way of framing, offer a couple of observations that came to my mind when I was looking at the panel and looking at the cast of experts that we have to address it. Because, you know, for such a long time, it seemed that the South Korean foreign policy debate revolved around the question of where South Korea stands in the context of China as an economic opportunity versus the alliance with the United States as the security guarantee. And I think the argument behind this panel is that that framing is out of date. I think President Lee Jae-myung here at CSIS actually acknowledged that, but he didn't necessarily provide a full picture of the way forward, at least in my view. And there's been so much change, I think, over the course of the past 2 decades in the China-South Korea relationship, especially economically. Because I think that 20 years ago, most South Korean investment was going to China, but today it's coming to the United States. China looked at South Korea as a leader economically, and now China is clearly a competitor that is taking a lot of third country market share. So there have been a lot of changes, and of course the supply chain is interesting to think about because as a result of those changes, South Korean supply chains have been in the process, I think, of de-sinification and rerouting. And so it's really interesting to reflect on the relationship between supply chains and geopolitics. I'm sure that our panel will get into all that. Let me just briefly provide introductions to a group that needs no introduction, especially Victor here to my left, as the conceiver of the conference, as the president of geopolitics and foreign policy department here at CSIS, distinguished professor at Georgetown, and author of the Electric Yellow Book, maybe most relevantly, China's Weaponization of Trade. Mark Lambert recently retired from a long career at the Department of State, last as China coordinator and deputy assistant secretary in the Bureau of East Asia and Pacific Affairs. As I looked at Mark's bio, what I realized is that he's been involved in almost every major issue in the Indo-Pacific over the course of the past 2 decades. And so I couldn't, including tsunami response, EP3. So it occurred to me, I don't know if things are going to get a lot worse now that you've left, or whether you've kept everything, tamped down. And so we'll see. And then Professor Sung-Hyun Lee, longtime scholar of China-South Korea, China-US relations from various perspectives, Beijing, Seoul, now Cambridge. And he has a recent book in Korean called The 100-Year Competition Between the US and China, China's Rise and America's Response. And finally, Jo Yoon, former Charge d'Affaires ad interim of the US Embassy in Seoul, also a State Department veteran, former US Special Representative for North Korea policy in the first Trump administration, former US Ambassador in Malaysia, et cetera. But most recently, he added to his list, he's the most recent guest of our KEI Eye on Korea podcast, which is going up today. So with those introductions, I want to just begin with a question to Victor. I mentioned his book about China's weaponization of trade, and we know that South Korea was hard hit by that. And I'm sure that is one of the factors that argues for a reevaluation of the South Korea-China relationship. But I wanted to hear more about how you think that spills over into geopolitics as well, and whether you think that the current administration in South Korea is ahead of or behind of or right on the curve in terms of what needs to be done.
Right. Well, so thank you, Scott, for the question. Thank you for moderating the panel, and I want to thank also my panelists. It's so great to see people like Mark Lambert and Jo Yoon being able to participate in all these conferences. I know you participated in your official capacity in the past, but now that you're both free to speak, it's really nice to have you here. And then, and Professor Lee, of course, from the George H.W. Bush Institute, thank you so much for joining. You've done so much work on China-Korea relations, so thank you so much. I think the way you framed it, Scott, I think is exactly right. Back in the 1990s, when China and South Korea normalized relations in 1992, it looked like the opportunities were limitless. I mean, there was really vertical complementarity on the economic side, as you just described, and all this Korean investment was flowing into China. A lot of capital. It looked like it was limitless, and there was a great deal of hope and opportunity that also spilled over into the geopolitics and geostrategic side, because they thought, I think many in South Korea thought an improvement of relations with China, the normalization of relations meant that, China was now the second country in the region to realize the cross-recognition formula, recognizing the two Koreas, and that they were very well placed to do something that could help on North Korea, whether that was on the nuclear issue or even potentially the biggest prize of all, unification, that somehow China-South Korea normalization would create a strategic understanding that could help in China's support of unification. But as you suggested, all of this has really changed. I mean, we fast forward to 30 years later, and all of these touchstones of the China-Korea strategic relationship, I think, have changed dramatically. And like you said, on the economic side, we've gone from vertical complementarity to horizontal competition, right? On every major issue, whether we're talking about chips or electronics or high-value ships, virtually everything, there's direct competition. In addition, one of the things that many Korean companies learned from JVs with the Chinese in the 1990s through the 2000s, there are countless cases of industrial espionage, IPR theft, and then the dumping, right, to try to kill the South Korean competition, in everything from tires to high-end electronics. And then the added piece to this, which really wasn't something that was on the radar screen in the 1990s, is, as you said in your question, the economic coercion aspect of it. became very clear in 2016, 2017 with THAAD, the emplacement of the THAAD battery in Korea. And we saw it with urea also. At the time, both of you probably dealt with that issue when you were in government. And that, even though we don't see active, like very active Chinese economic coercion of South Korea at this moment, as we are seeing China do to Japan right now, it still overhangs the relationship, especially because Korea is in a position where they are in horizontal competition with China, and yet they are still dependent on China for critical minerals, raw material. 50 or more percent are fully dependent on China. So that is not exactly a position of complementarity anymore. And then geostrategically on the North Korea question, you know, we've always, when we were all working this issue, we always wanted China to do more on North Korea. And, you know, I think the results speak for themselves. I mean, we're now in a situation where North Korea has 50 nuclear weapons, probably enough fissile material to reach at least almost 100 weapons, 20 different delivery systems, 300 plus missile demonstrations. China has not been helpful when it comes to North Korea. And I think, as our colleague Sid Seiler has said on one of the podcasts, China's gone from passively helpful to aggressively unhelpful, I think was the way he put it. And that is sort of the situation today. And then when it comes to unification, you know, I think China very clearly is not supportive of unification. So for all these reasons, these touchstone points have changed dramatically in 30 years. And the Lee government, I think, has recognized this in a sense, but I think largely because of the latent economic pressure or the shadow of economic pressure that is always there, it's hard for them to make you know, a full break. Although if you look at the flow of investment, it's very clear Korea's made a strategic decision, right? Hundreds of billions of dollars of investment, not going in the direction of China, but going in the direction of the United States.
Okay, well, I think that gets us off to a good start. I know we're going to talk about China later in the day, or Taiwan later in the day, but Mark, I really want to take advantage of your immediate prior position to ask you, in light of the National Defense Strategy, which focuses on deterrence around the first island chain, and Korea's historic reluctance, actually, to get drawn in to the Taiwan issue. How should we, you know, when Bridge Colby was in Seoul, he mentioned that Korea was a model ally. Yeah. But at the same time, alliance modernization, I can't tell if it's a force for dividing labor or a force for integration. And so I'm wondering if you can give us a picture of what all of these developments look like in terms of impact on the U.S.-Korea security relationship.
Well, as our relationship with Korea has evolved and has become much more one of equals, you know, you're looking at the possibility in years to come of defense technology cooperation in a way we haven't seen. You look at how Korea has really stepped up to the plate in responding to Poland and other European needs to replace Soviet-era weapons with very high-quality NATO interoperable stuff. You look at the possibility Korea has with AUKUS Pillar 2 of doing defense technology cooperation in a big way. And then the big development of our agreement to provide nuclear submarine propulsion technology, or to allow the Koreans to develop that. This is a sea change. And then you throw into the mix, Korea for the first time recently talked about the importance of Taiwan to its security. I mean, something that I think is obvious when you look at how sea lanes of communication flow, but the Koreans have actually said that. Now, that all suggests there's a different view of the China challenge and of the first island chain in Korea. But let me pull a little bit of cold water on this too. Geography is geography. And you look at the proximity China has, you look at the pain that China can inflict on Korea, and I think it would be unrealistic to think that Korea is going to take the same sorts of steps that Japan has taken in recent years. I think Korea is moving towards a different approach towards the PRC than it had before, but I think it's only going to go so far. It'll be interesting to see how OPCON transfer plays out, how that is perceived by the Chinese. I'm hoping that the administration, both in Seoul and Washington, are laying the groundwork with the Chinese, not asking their permission, of course, but just explaining what this entails. The relationship with China in the national security strategy, now, Washington's filled with rumors about what has happened. One of the rumors that I think there is some truth to was the original draft was much more hawkish on China than what ultimately came out. If you look at how it ultimately came out, there was an emphasis on the Western Hemisphere. Then, oh yes, we have this China problem and the need to protect the first island chain. And then talking about the need for Korea and others to step up to the plate dealing with North Korea and those issues. I know that the president is, as we'll see probably in Beijing today and tomorrow, the president is not as hawkish on China as many people in his cabinet. But many people in his cabinet, including Bridge Colby, are extremely hawkish on China. So there's going to be some tension. And I think it serves us well to look at the first Trump administration. If you recall the first couple of years, the first Trump administration, our relationship with China was obsessed with DPRK. That was our number one issue with the Chinese. And as a result, we were able to get some great Security Council resolutions aimed at North Korea. Then there was a pivot in the second half where trade became the number one issue, which dried up all of our cooperation with the Chinese on North Korea. I wouldn't be at all surprised if there's not a similar dynamic. Right now, I think there's a détente. You had the summit in Busan, you have the summit now. There's probably going to be another one, maybe at Sunnyland, or maybe at Mar-a-Lago at the end of the year. A series of ceasefires in our bilateral tension with the Chinese. But that undercurrent that was outlined, I think, pretty clearly in the Biden administration and that was quietly endorsed by many Republicans on the Hill exists. You look at Korea, Victor talked about the THAAD challenge. I mean, that has had devastating effect on Korean views towards the PRC. It lingers. If you look at any type of polling, particularly young Koreans, they do not trust the PRC. Now, Korea has to have a strong relationship with China in some areas. I would argue that they need tech, they need trade, and they need forbearance. They need tech in that you look at the joint development, and it is much more of a relationship of equals. You look at the hydrogen fuel cell work that Hyundai is doing in Guangzhou. You look at the semiconductor work. You look at the AI work. There's a lot of mutually beneficial stuff going on. If we relax a lot of our semiconductor policies towards the PRC, the Koreans will as well. I'm confident of that. Korea, despite its shrinking population, is going to need so much energy, just so much energy. And the likely source of that energy is going to come from China. So looking ahead about these submarine cables to provide energy, they're going to need that. The forbearance piece goes back to what I was talking about earlier. If you're looking at a Korea that is making American warships, is working with us and the Aussies and the Brits on AUKUS, is cooperating with NATO in a way it has been and will continue to do, that's going to confront some Chinese core interests. How far is China going to let the Koreans go before China responds? I think we all know how bad the THAAD sanctions were on Korea, but it was also bad for China too. The fact that Lotte is not there anymore, that Hyundai dried up all of its work outside Beijing, that hurt China as well. But this relationship is going to be far more complicated than it was. I think that it is a good thing for the United States. I think Korea as a better partner in our national interests towards protecting the first island chain, towards looking at Asian security, is good for the United States. But I think there are so many complicating factors in this, they're only going to be able to go so far.
Well, that was a very comprehensive answer, and I think it's going to lead us in a very interesting direction, but I do want to ask one very specific follow-up, and that is, when we talk about alliance modernization, is that going to be a force for integration, like all the defense supply relations you were talking about, or are we talking about this division of labor, where South Korea is going to focus on North Korea and the U.S. is going to focus on China, and it actually might draw us apart?
I think it will be a little bit more of the latter than the former. I don't think, because of geography and because of the risk involved, I don't see the Koreans doing, if there were any type of cross-strait tension involving us and the Chinese, the Koreans are going to be in a pickle. They really are. U.S. Forces Korea right now, as constituted, is not focused on defense of Taiwan. I think that maybe some logistic support, maybe some support, of in the rear could be happening. But I think the Korean focus, as outlined in the national security strategy, will remain on the North. And there is that real possibility that if there were cross-strait tensions going on between the mainland and Taiwan, the North Koreans would jump on that as an opportunity to make mischief. So I don't think the South can take its eye off of the North, and I don't think we would want them to take their eye off the North. But I do think that as Korea takes more seriously the flow of commerce into Korea, the Korean Navy is going to get involved in more things. I think as Korea develops nuclear propulsion technology for submarines, its Navy is going to be going places and doing things it hasn't gone to and it hasn't done before. This is going to require it to behave in a different way. That's going to be a huge challenge in the coming years that I think is just starting to dawn on people now.
Could I just?
Okay, sure, Victor.
Yeah. So the first, I know this is going to come up in the next panel, but I agree with everything Mark said. But we also, like the concept of strategic flexibility which was a real issue in the alliance in the past, doesn't really seem to be an issue anymore.
Right.
So in that sense, yes, President Lee said, I'm not happy that the launchers left Korea to go to Iran, but what choice do I have in that matter? And the fact, we all know the fact of the matter was the reason the joint fact sheet wasn't released last August was not because of strategic flexibility, it was because of the investment deal. Everything else on most of the stuff on the defense side had already decided. So that's a big step, right? That's a big step for Korea, whether explicitly or implicitly, no longer having this as an issue. And I think part of it speaks to what Mark said in the sense that I think the Koreans don't look at a Taiwan contingency the same way anymore. They obviously see it as more than just a conflict between China and Taiwan, and also the notion of opportunistic aggression. Dual contingencies is something that concerns them. The other thing I want to say on the nuclear submarine piece, and it relates to that. So we saw after the announcement of the shipbuilding deal between the United States and South Korea that China took action against 5 U.S. subsidiaries of Hanwha Shipping. So that is, again, an example of economic coercion that harkens back to what they did over THAAD. But I entirely agree with Mark. If you sort of, in retrospect, look at the decision that was taken with regard to THAAD, it did not come out well for China at all. There are, I have in my class, like a whole generation of Korean students, their formative memory of China is the THAAD sanctions at the time when South Korea was hosting the Winter Olympics. And it's like made a permanent impression on them. So the question to me really is, if the US and South Korea do make progress on this nuclear submarine thing, is there going to be a Chinese reaction?
Yeah.
Right? There was a reaction to shipbuilding, right? Is there going to be a reaction? And is there a calculation taking place in Beijing that that is looking at, is this really worth the candle, right? In the end, is it really worth the candle to do this if there is still this desire to sort of pull South Korea into their sort of geostrategic orbit?
Okay. There's so much on the table,
Yeah.
Sung-hyun. I want to focus you. So what I've noticed about Sung-hyun, he was in Beijing in the heyday of the South Korea-China economic boom, and now he's here in the United States. I don't know if you can be the barometer for which direction South Korea is
You want me to
focusing.
spill the beans?
Yes, but actually a number of things that have been mentioned already. One, Mark mentioned the public opinion in South Korea. Two, he also mentioned China-Korea economic cooperation. I wonder if you can give us a picture of what the relationship looks like now. And three, the nuclear submarine issue. How do you see its significance, and what do you anticipate would China's response be?
Three questions that you need to buy me 3 Starbucks coffee later. Send me by email Starbucks coupon.
Okay.
Scott, it's still 9 a.m. Here. I'm still enjoying my coffee. And you started this conversation with what happened during the inception of South Korea. China established diplomatic relations 1992. At the time, like China, 1.4 billion population at the time, 1992. China's economy was about 1.2 times larger, 1.3 times larger, the whole combined total. That means that, South Korea is 99 times smaller than China, but then this South Korea's economy and China, it's about the same, 1992. And South China's per capita GDP was about $360. 1992, South Korean per capita GDP was $7,600. So it's about like, 20, more than, 45 times larger than China's per capita GDP. This huge economic disparity kind of explained South Korea's huge economic infatuation, looking at China as a investment destination, trading partner. For South Korea, China was the #1 largest trading partner. From China's perspective, South Korea was #3 trading partner. It has been that way until before the COVID for more than 20 years. Each year, each week actually, 830 airplanes between cities from South Korea and China. And the total combined trade between South Korea and China was larger than South Korea's trade with the United States and also South Korea's trade with Japan combined together. So you could imagine that the huge, the proportion-wise, how South Korea has perceived China as an economic opportunity. And this, South Korea-China relations reached a so-called honeymoon period during the Park Geun-hye period. The honeymoon, the vocabulary was not my coinage. It was actually the Chinese side that used, we are in the honeymoon period. But then, that incident happened, and Moon Jae-in progressive government stepped in. And despite the fact that Moon Jae-in government was a progressive liberal government, but then South Korea-China relations hit the rock bottom. It's very ironic, and that has not recovered fully since then. And as Victor mentioned, there's another very important thing is that how the collective South Korean perception toward China changed over the years. That is that the economic complementarity between South Korea and China eroded as South China became an economic superpower. Mobile phones, Samsung took only less than 2% of the Chinese market. Hyundai Motor, had a performance in China was really dropped. And 2010, Cheonan torpedo incident. China took a neutral position between South Korea and China, South Korea and North Korea, and the young South Korean students that, Victor students, who were at the time middle school students, high school students, they took notice that how, I thought China is our friend, but how they sided with North Korea. So that was 2010. And 2000, then the after that, and the Yoon Suk-yeol administration stepped in, and as a presidential candidate, Yoon Suk-yeol mentioned that most South Koreans, this is a quote, it's published, most South Koreans don't like China, especially young South Koreans. And he said it as a presidential candidate, open remark. So everyone took a note. And Lee Jun-seok, at the time, the young politician of South Korea who belonged to Park Geun-hye's camp at the time, he traveled to Hong Kong in 2019, Hong Kong's pro-democracy movement. And he commented to Bloomberg News that, I saw the naked face of Chinese Communist Party. It's a public record. And the pandemic, COVID hit, and Lee Jun-seok did a follow-up remark that the pandemic, the zero COVID, very restrictive policy of China government confirmed my conviction toward China. So young Koreans who grew up in the 2010, 2015, 2020, for the last 10 or 15 years, this period that they grow up is very negative perception that they formed toward China, while what used to be the stabilizer of Korea-China relations, which is economic cooperation, eroded. And we have historical conflict, territorial conflict, cultural conflict. These are identity issues. So when you hit identity issues, it's very difficult to resolve. But then what used to be the stabilizer of the relationship, the economic cooperation, is gone right now. So I think we are in a totally different phase 2 era of South Korea-China relations. And at this moment, both Korea, as far as I know, both Chinese interlocutors, Korean scholars, we are not really sure what is the next step of South Korea-China relations. Having said that, just briefly about submarine, I think as both of you mentioned that now South Korea's #1 investment destination has become United States since 2021, and the 350 billion investment in, I think 350 billion investment, what that means for a mid-sized country like South Korea is that one single South Korean citizen investing $10,000 in the United States. That means that we are betting on the United States. This is a huge sum, and I think that the submarine cooperation is something that they want to link the industrial base of the South Korea and United States so that they could tide over a lot of political uncertainty that we are witnessing in the United States, so that the two industries combine together so that this could survive political uncertainty that we are witnessing here right now. I'll stop here.
Okay. So far, I think the panel has basically made the case that the environment is different. South Korea is responding in various ways. Joe, I do want to ask you, though, the missing element of the conversation so far is really also the trilateral element, U.S., Japan, South Korea, and their interaction with China. And I think that Victor's book actually argues for collective economic deterrence in response on the economic side. But I see the relationship between Japan and China and the relationship between South Korea and China seem like they're in very different places right now.
Right.
So how do you see the role of trilateralism and the prospects for trilateralism in this context?
It's to me, the big picture, the trilateral geographic issues and so on are very key. And I wanted to kind of, go a step further on Mark's geographic point of view, which is that it's very hard to live next to empire, okay? For South Korea, the empire's been there thousands of years. Just ask Mexicans or Canadians how easy it is to live next to Americans.
Thank you.
You know, same thing, you know. So, you know, in Koreans define any relationship, you know, as kap and ul, okay? Which is one is a, you know, kind of leader, boss, the other one is follower. China has always been kap. Even when it's weak, it is kap. When it's strong, it is kap. And so to try to redefine, you know, thousands of years of history, you know, and try to redefine that, it is incredibly hard. I mean, Victor is 100% right. Over the last few decades, economic relationship has changed. But political relationship has not changed, you know. And so what we're witnessing now is we have a resident hegemon in South Korea, which is the US, which is very, very supported by Koreans. I mean, you know, I saw the latest poll, it's going up. Over 90% support for US troops in Korea. At the same time, there is a huge issue. Is the US trying to reduce the commitment or change the nature of commitment? You can call it alliance modernization, you can call it strategic flexibility, you can call it, you know, Koreans paying more burden sharing. It is changing. I mean, this is the first time I see in history that a very supported superpower is saying, I think we're tired, you know? And so that creates a vacuum. And so when that creates a vacuum, there is a credibility issue, how much do we believe issue, and then we also have a next door empire which is getting stronger. And so that all has to be factored in. So as you mentioned, I was in Korea, you know, soon after New Year's Day last year up till end of October. And, you know, when I got there, there was a huge question, who is, because it was obvious, you know, once Yoon Suk-yeol got impeached, Lee Jae-myung was going to win. You know, it's just obvious, you know, day one I got there. Who is he, you know? And whenever there is in South Korea change from conservative to liberal party, the whole liberal foreign policy is questioned. You know, are they, so in Korea we call it more 자주파, sovereignty party, or is it more 동맹파, alliance party, you know? And so from the very beginning, Lee Jae-myung built himself as a pragmatic politician. And you know, I don't think people in US believe that very much. There were a lot of rumors going around that he was very pro-China and so on. But in the end, what it turned out is that he too is watching very carefully where the US is. And I think you've got to give him some marks for that. You know, he had a summit with President Trump. Actually, two summits in August and in October. And then he, of course, also, you know, met twice with Xi Jinping. So I think Korea is in a space that, you know, unlike Lee Jun-suk and others, that they're not going to get cheap points of riding on anti-China wave, but at the same time trying to strengthen because of reduction in credibility of what US is offering. And so they have kind of embraced what is not necessarily good news, things like strategic flexibility and OPCON transfer, and embraced it. And, you know, because that is also a part of what Korean segments want. So I don't think it is really time for South Korea especially with resident superpower, so much uncertainty around it, to say, well, maybe it is time to redefine our relations with China. Coming back to your question on Japan, to me, the most surprising thing has been the Korean popular perception of Japan has improved so much. For the first time in history, Prime Minister Takaichi gets higher marks than US President. This is the first time this ever happened, Who would have imagined? And so what does that open? I don't think it necessarily opens a door for anything, except it creates additional space for Korea to be a little bit thoughtful, because now really, given the tensions between Tokyo and Beijing, it creates space in South Korea. And maybe that's part of the explanation, Victor, why they have not come down hard on nuclear submarine issue. It's because Beijing is so focused on Tokyo. I mean, the other reason is, quite honestly, it was a very high priority. It remains high priority for South Koreans to get some nuclear capability, including enrichment, and also submarines. And they got that presidential commitment last year, but so far nothing's happened. And so maybe there is no credibility in this agreement ever coming to realization,
Okay. Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I think I actually want to come back to Sung-hyun, because China is still South Korea's largest trading partner. And there's still a lot going on. How do you see the management of the economic dimension of the relationship between China and South Korea? And do you think that there are levers, I'm thinking critical minerals, that China could potentially pull that would throw a wrench into the prospects for closer U.S.-Korea cooperation?
The natural resources and mineral dependency on China from South Korea perspective, it exactly goes back to Ambassador Yoon's perspective about how South Korea's geopolitical positioning toward China is fundamentally different from Japan's position, including Taiwan. When it comes to the Taiwan issue, let me just briefly, because the coffee effect is kicking in, and I think I'm more sober than 10 minutes ago. When it comes to Taiwan issue, the fundamental, more fundamental basic issue is that U.S. position toward China has not been decided yet. Whether U.S. will go to war over Taiwan has not been decided. In that, circumstance, Washington has been using Taiwan issue in a way a loyalty test among its Asian allies. What are you going to do about Taiwan when there is a contingency? And I think there is a fundamental and intellectual unfairness about when you have not decided about your action, course of actions, asking your small allies what you're going to commit. It's slightly unfair. That's number one. Number two, when it comes to China, China has these ICBM capability facilities in Tonghua near China and North Korean border that could hit the continental United States. Which country can zap and monitor is that facility in South Korea. So South Korea could play both, checking the threat coming from China, also from North Korea. And whether you mentioned about division of labor, when it comes to Taiwan issue, both Japan and South Korea should play exactly the same role, or because they are geographically different, politically different, the dynamics, relational dynamics is different, so they might play a slightly different role that is beneficial to Washington. Now, number three, I think that when there is an impasse about communication between Washington and Beijing, I think South Korea could play a communicator, mediating role. I think among U.S. allies, all the, when you have all the hawks, I think you might need someone who could talk on both sides of the game. And I think this, partially answers your question. When it comes to economic, dependence or natural resource dependence on China, this is a real dilemma, and this is why I think there is a much more nuanced approach from the Lee Jae-myung administration, that while the administration is firmly rooted in the alliance to Washington, at the same time, President Lee Jae-myung's government is not, they don't want to unnecessarily antagonize Beijing at this critical juncture, because there are a lot of uncertainties. And I think but then the economic relationship after the January summit between Lee Jae-myung and Xi Jinping, everyone expected that economic relations will boom again. It has not happened yet. Very surprising. I think that both Beijing and Seoul are searching ways of cooperation. At the same time, what I'm hearing from interlocutors in Seoul is that Seoul is very much committed that whatever we do cooperate with China, this will not violate our commitment with Washington. This will not violate UN sanctions. This will not violate any semiconductor bans Washington imposed. And Mark just nodded his head in agreement. So it is. I think there is a boundary.
He nods his head a lot.
Which direction?
There is a boundary. I think things are moving ahead, and I think that the summit between President Trump and Xi Jinping is something that we need to watch, where the big power relations are heading from here, and I think that kind of settles down and shows directions about how the different middle powers in the region they reconfigures their strategic positioning here.
Okay. Actually, go ahead, Victor.
Yeah, so I just want a couple of things that, first, what Joe said about, South Korea has no choice but to see China as a regional hegemon. It's a reality they have to live with. I think that's true, but at the same time, and I think Joe would entirely agree, that South Korea's best position vis-a-vis China is based on a super strong alliance with the United States, right? So the notion of, chajupa, right, that is not a good position for South Korea to be dealing with China. It's got to be, 동맹파, and it has to be. That's the way to deal with China. That's the first point. The second is on the trilateral. I agree. I mean, I think one of the reasons we may not be seeing Chinese economic coercion against South Korea over the nuclear submarine deal is because there hasn't been much that's come out of it yet. Right. At the same time, though, I think this other point is right. Look, China doesn't want to be coercing Japan and South Korea at the same time, because they know that just brings the trilateral closer. So this could be just a matter of time. Like if the pressure releases on Takaichi, we could see it coming upon South Korea. And then the third point is, this summit is taking place. Trump just got off the plane in Beijing. We don't know what's going to happen. Like nobody knows exactly what's going to happen. But there could be, some big economic deals that are done between China and the United States as a result of this summit that may open up space for South Korea, but at the same time it may not. Because it's entirely plausible that these deals could be, for H-200s to be able to go to China if China wants them. But that doesn't mean that it opens up all the horizons for South Korean chip producers necessarily, right? And so that's not to South Korea's advantage. But again, there's still some geostrategic realities that are very evident, right? One is China's embarking on a major nuclear buildup. South Koreans have to be worried about that. Even though I hear that China is quite concerned about the relationship between DPRK and Russia, they're really not doing anything to try to modulate, regulate, attenuate that link, which is extremely bad for South Korea. And then third, we've done some work on this at CSIS. China gray zone maritime activities are not just in the South China Sea and the East China Sea. They've now moved into the Yellow Sea in the so-called PMZ, the Provisional Measures Zone, and that's something that shouldn't be taken lightly, given the precedent we've seen with these sorts of activities before. So I do think very strong alliance with the United States is key in terms of South Korea's position to China. But there are some very real things that are happening that I think strategic planners in Korea have to take account of in thinking about the policy going forward.
Okay. Actually, I want to go back to Joe on this because, first of all, the maritime activities, I think you may have a perspective.
Maritime activity?
The maritime activities, the tensions between China and South Korea, and that contested maritime, actually, contested is not the right word until we see that China is expanding its reach. But then also this alliance versus autonomy debate, I wonder if it's actually still a real debate.
It's always huge, and it is huge now. And I mean, to Victor's point, I now live in West Coast, so I feel I can come and criticize Washington. And so, I mean, Victor and we're all saying, and you, Scott, shouldn't, U.S., Japan, Korea, become a stronger entity. I think that's very good. But there is no such feeling in Washington, in the government.
Right.
I mean, it's like saying NATO should stand up against Russia.
Yeah.
And what is NATO without the U.S.? And so I just think we need to look at home front first, okay? And so that's what Koreans are looking and saying, where is credibility in you? Saying, let's go beat up on the Chinese, And so to me, it's a very tough proposition at the moment. And the thing we have to address is this a temporary thing, what's going on in terms of pulling back, or is it a trend of things to come? Is it a reflection of American society, or is it, something that, we have a different administration, it's going to be different. And so I tend to believe that's the question when we say, let's strengthen the alliance. I mean, it's very fine if there is both demand from both sides, and it's good for us personally wanting it, but is it realistic to expect South Koreans to say, we want more of X, and we need stronger supply chain, we need stronger investment protection, and so on. So Scott, I think we need to be a little bit more upfront on where we are before we ask others to join.
Can I foot stomp that a little bit? Our country has 7 allies. NATO, the Rio Pact, Korea, Japan, Australia, Thailand, and the Philippines. Those alliances have served our country so well for decades, and they are under attack, and they are not being supported by our commander-in-chief right now. I could not agree more with Joe on this. At a time when Korea is doing historic things and looking at the region in a new way, we need to be there for Korea. And I don't think we're making the right noises towards Korea or towards our other allies the way we should.
Okay, well, that's clearly an inhibiting factor in terms of the potential articulation of a strategy in South Korea between the U.S. and China. But I also want to ask you, Mark, about what we should be looking for in terms of how China is seeing, this, and what leverage does China have with South Korea that it potentially might use?
The Chinese have grounds to feel pretty confident about many things right now. You know, for quite some time, Xi has said democracy is yesterday's news. Democratic institutions can't operate effectively. Autocratic ways of doing things go well. I agree with something that Joe said, that the Chinese can't have more than one fight at a time. So right now their fight's with Takaichi's government in Tokyo. So they want to have a better relationship with Korea. Similarly, they don't want to pick a fight with us. I think the ceasefire that was pronounced at Busan will continue moving forward. China wants to be a regional hegemon. They want to have freedom of movement throughout East Asia. They hate Japan and Korea playing nicely with each other. They just can't stand that. And so anything to drive a wedge between the two is to China's advantage. Similarly, with us destroying USAID, they're having opportunities to take BRI into new places, both in Southeast Asia, but South Asia, the Middle East, and elsewhere. We haven't talked about the Iran challenge. That is a fascinating thing happening. You know, the biggest users of fossil fuels from the Strait of Hormuz, China #1, but Korea and Japan are right there too, and India is right there. China has tremendous opportunities on renewables at a time when the Americans are running away from that. There's a natural bedfellow in Korea on that because Korea is going to need a lot more energy and is going to get a lot of that from renewables. If the Chinese play their cards right and don't act like a bully, they can make some hay, I think, in Korea. I really do. Similar to what they can do in Southeast Asia. But I would argue, what I'm in rabid agreement with everyone, the Americans need to step up our game. We need to be the partner that the Koreans deserve. We need to be the partner that the Japanese deserve. And we need to get back in the game with not just our allies, but our good friends like Vietnam and Singapore and others.
Can I just say, on this point, I entirely agree with what both Joe and Mark have said, but there is also the question of agency here, right? And so even if we in Washington, D.C., we're not saying, oh, we should do trilaterals, I mean, it's incumbent on Korea and Japan, if they see it in their interest, to constantly be pushing their interlocutors in D.C., like when are we doing these, like we need to do trilaterals, let's do one on maritime security, let's do one on critical minerals. Like we should be hearing from the Koreans and the Japanese that they want to do that. Now, my understanding is that from the Japan side, there's, I don't know what the right word is, there's like passive willingness. So in other words, if you ask us, we're happy to do it.
But we're not going to lead.
But we're not going to lead. There's nothing coming from the DC side, and there's nothing coming from the Korean side. So it's just come to a screeching halt. But there are many reasons, as we've talked about, for why the three need to be talking to each other. To me, it's still, as you know, Scott, I mean, to me, it's astounding that the Korea and Japan had a great bilateral, right? Takaichi and Lee had a great bilateral. They played the drums together, all this stuff. No acknowledgement during that summit of the economic pressure that China was putting on Japan, right? Again, the U.S. and South Korea, great bilateral summits, both of them. No acknowledgement of economic pressure by China on Japan. I mean, just simply acknowledging that pressure would be a step forward. And because it's in all three's interest not to be constantly living under the shadow of, another critical mineral sort of curtailment. And so I think, I think you're right. I think the sort of ceasefire, as you put it, will continue out of this meeting this week. But that's good for the United States, but that doesn't tell us anything about Japan or South Korea.
Okay. Actually, Sung-Hyun, I know we're going to talk about North Korea later in the day, but I do want to ask about the value of North Korea as an issue from a South Korean perspective in the relationship with China at this time when North Korea clearly is doing a lot more with Russia. And then whatever else you were going to say.
Why do you ask difficult questions? But let me get back to you, if I may. We're just discussing the Chinese strategy and how the South Korea has been responding. I think Victor is right that, one of the values about studying Chinese statecraft is that when it comes to East Asian geopolitics, China doesn't want to alienate both South Korea, Japan, at the same time. That's why during the, unlike that instant, this time, as Victor mentioned, that South Korea is, developing nuclear-powered submarine. China's reaction has been very lukewarm. That's one. Also, there's this psychological perception from Chinese statecraft interlocutors that whenever they see progress of the South Korean government, they think, they are pro-China, and that they're still waiting. I think Beijing is a little bit mistaken about Lee Jae-myung government here. And also it has to do with the generational shift in South Korea. Younger generations, the way they look at China is totally different. The more older generations, how they look at China. Also, the lukewarm response from China is that, they look at the uncertainty in the United States. And when it comes to nuclear submarine, it will take 10 or 20 years. So it is not an immediate threat from Chinese perspective. And China has a bigger fish to fry, that is bigger US-China rivalry, managing Middle East tensions, also recovering its economy, which South Korea could help in the mutually beneficial basis. Now, North Korea. China has been, I think, last October, Chinese Premier Li Chang visited after 16 years. The last time Chinese Premier visited Pyongyang was 2009, 16 years. North Korea paraded nuclear, tipped mounted missiles in the Kim Il-sung, square. Li Chang watched it, and he didn't mention anything about denuclearization. This time, North Korea finished the 9th Party Congress. North Korea put, sticking to nuclear weapons as part of, the Constitution. Xi Jinping sent congratulations. And then Wang Yi, about 3 weeks ago, Wang Yi also visited Pyongyang. Met with Choi Sun-hee and Kim Jong-un, not a single word of denuclearization. So I think when it comes to Chinese perspective about North Korea, the denuclearization is really the one of the key watching point from South Korean perspective. But we are seeing the landscape is changing. So we are also watching from South Korean perspective what's going to happen tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, when Xi Jinping and Trump mentions whether they will mention about denuclearization of North Korea is just something that we'll pay very close attention to.
And if they don't, what is the conclusion that South Korea is going to come to?
I don't answer hypothetical questions.
Well, you're not a government official.
Let's talk about it over coffee next time.
Okay.
Let's watch.
I'm going to
the
put
results.
my money they're not going to
I
mention
think you're right.
denuclearization.
Yeah, I think
They're not
that's
gonna
right.
go there.
I don't think
And
they're
in
gonna
fact,
mention it.
only country who wants to mention denuclearization is probably Japan,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I think that's right, yeah.
Okay. So the upshot that I'm getting from this discussion is actually South Korea already in actions is doing a lot on both the economic side and on the political security side that is different from the articulated old formula. But they're just not necessarily saying it, and it sounds like a lot of that is because of uncertainty about the political risks related to the relationship with Washington.
I mean, I think that's true, but at the same time, I think, what our discussion is really saying, I mean, I think in some sense the policy is driven a lot by tactics, and tactically rebalancing, good summit with the United States, so there's some incremental tactical rebalancing, but I think at least I feel like our discussion has shown, but there are bigger sort of strategic changes that have happened in this relationship, and then if we were able to get past the tactics, and maybe you can't. I understand the political pressures that there is there is a major strategic shift taking place in this bilateral relationship, despite the historical context of this COP relationship that South Korea feels like it has with China. And those are real tensions right now, I think. And again, part of the reason we wanted to do this conference was really to talk about sort of the bigger strategic shift in how those tensions are to be managed.
Okay, but are there particular steps that you're recommending that you see that have not taken place?
In terms of South Korea's
In terms of South
well,
Korea's
I mean,
position.
I mentioned some of them. For example, I think that South Korea should see economic coercion against the United States or Japan as economic coercion against South Korea, because it's almost certain to come later on. I think that's one very practical step and not a really hard lift. I mean, I think there'll be opportunities for the leaders to meet throughout the course of this year where that should be something that should be considered.
So it's the collective economic deterrence dimension of your prior argument.
I mean, I think that is one of the biggest challenges that South Korea faces with regard to China that can constrain its policies towards the United States, Japan, and more broadly. And so they need to figure out a way to deal with that, and South Korea cannot deal with that on their own.
Okay. And is the restraint on that happening because we're dealing primarily bilaterally with each other? Because Washington has set that tone, or is there some other restraint related to perceptions of retaliation from China, even though we've seen a record of failure of economic coercion from China against South Korea?
So, well, I mean, it depends on whether you really consider it failure. It's failure in the sense that China didn't accomplish the removal of the THAAD batteries, but it wasn't failure. It wasn't failure in the sense that there was a lot of economic pain, right, that Korean companies faced, and the Moon government slow-rolled a lot of the stuff with regard to THAAD. You know, at the micro level, maybe most people didn't follow it, but at the micro level, there was a lot of slow rolling of it. So, and of course, the purpose of economic coercion in the end is not just to affect the immediate issue, but it's to create a sense of deterrence going forward where potential targets all self-censor their behavior because they don't want to be in the crosshairs, right? And so that's, you know, so in that sense, I think the Chinese accomplished what they wanted with the THAAD actions.
Okay. Very quick, I do want to give some time for questions, so
Yeah,
somebody
very
make
quickly,
sure, and then we'll open it up.
You know, since we are talking this in Washington, and you know, Washington is here, South Korea is over there. You know, I think it's very important that, you know, for us to be cognizant of the fact that South Korea, where geopolitically is positioned, it is frontline ally of the United States, directly facing two primary U.S. adversaries of China and North Korea. I think it is a duty, also, you know, spirit of alliance for Washington to empower South Korea. And I don't think I'm seeing this these days. Something to think about. Second, in the past, the narrative is that, oh, South Korea is, you know, economy with China, security with the United States, but it is gone. You know, President Lee Jae-myung gave a speech last year at CSIS. That kind of a duality, it cannot be sustainable. By putting two baskets of all the eggs, both economy and the industrial cooperation with the United States, I think South Korea is betting its future in the United States. I think there should be some sort of, you know, coming back, you know, from Washington in terms of, you know, all the, you know, a lot of work, you know, brainstorming, you know, room for, you know, think tanks like CSIS, particularly the future generations that, you know, Victor is educating, those kind of, you know, these younger scholars, how they communicate each other, how they culturally, educationally, they network each other. You know, it's something that, you know, guaranteeing the future of the two alliances while we can tide over the current uncertainty.
Okay. I do want to take a few questions maybe for the panel, and then we'll have some responses. So I see one hand over here. Yeah. Gil?
My question is addressed especially to Mark, but others as well. Gil Rosman. My question is China showing a little degree of forbearance to South Korea right now for special circumstances when it really has a different strategy towards South Korea than towards Japan? A much more demanding strategy, expecting South Korea to be in the Chinese sphere much more closely and intensely. And if so, what are some of the things China is likely to do if some of the recommendations here for strengthening the trilateral strengthening U.S.-South Korean relations were actually to come about, and China felt that its forbearance period is no longer worthwhile?
I think that China is showing some forbearance, perhaps because it doesn't want to have a spat at the same time with Japan and Korea. But I think, to get to your bigger point, I do think fundamentally Beijing looks at Seoul very differently than it looks at Tokyo. I think that in Xi's grand strategy, he honestly sees Korea's future as being closer to China. You look at years to come with shrinking populations, you look at the 4 points that Xi raised with President Lee in their meeting, obviously the people to people and all that sort of stuff, but much more talk about economic integration and energy integration. The shared desire in both countries to work on emerging technologies is real. And I think we should not be complacent in that. I do worry, and I think this is a theme that my fellow panelists have brought up a lot, our inability to articulate what our country wants to do in Asia Pacific is really working against us. It's working against our bureaucracy because people aren't feeling empowered to go out there. They don't know where we're going. But also it's sowing uncertainty among our allies. So yes, I do think that China's showing some forbearance to South Korea that it's not showing to Japan. This probably isn't forever. I could see any sort of step. If President Lee were to say something that crosses the line on Taiwan, obviously that's going to set things up. I could see any type of defense technology. If Korea were to provide weapons support of any type to Taiwan, that's going to cross a line. So yes, I could see something that Seoul does that would set them off. But I think right now she is showing forbearance.
Okay, I think I saw a question over here. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Tao Chen, visiting fellow at CSIS. So this question is for the panelists. Well, there's some academia discussion talking about Korea playing more important role in the burden sharing Indo-Pacific strategy. I think there's also some argument that we don't feel there's people don't feel there's a strong of a support from ROK compared to the Takaichi administration of Japan. So while there's certainly an argument that whether U.S. can empower ROK a little more in terms of the overall Indo-Pacific strategy, do you feel that the Lee Jae-myung administration and the South Korea public opinion is ready to support U.S. in a potential conflict in the theater in terms of access, basing, and overflight? Or are we expecting to see some similar to UK or Spain over the war of Iran? Thank you.
Okay, that's a great last question for our panel. I'm going to start with Joe and come down. So it's basically burden sharing, empowerment, and South Korean public support for potential measures that might be needed in the context of a regional contingency.
So really key difference between Korea and Japan is that presence of U.S. troops and all our agreements are based on threat from North Korea. So that is the basis. USFK has been there since 1953 or whenever to fight against North Korea. So the issue the Koreans are thinking is, what, we help out in Taiwan? What does it mean? Does it mean that kind of raison d'etre of US troops being in Korea is not North Korea, but is China. So that presents a difficulty for any government in South Korea to support operations within the theater that is not North Korea. Now, there is some progress on that, and that's the issue of course, strategic flexibility. And I think we've gotten around that, and so that was the agreement that we reached among many items last year, that US troops can be redeployed elsewhere in the theater, as well as outside the theater. So I don't see any problem, but the fundamental issue is, why are they there? Koreans tend to believe they're there for North Korea.
Full stop.
Okay, like that.
I think your eloquent question is deceptionally complex, but I think the solution is easy. It's right here. I think there are two pillars: economy and security. How South Korea and the United States will do about that. When it comes to economy, $350 industrial linkage that will take for the next 20 years. And I think Washington's role is to reduce the uncertainty so that South Korean companies, conglomerates, continue to invest without worrying about their investment. And those economic complementarity will just go smoothly go. When it comes to security, as I said, South Korea is a frontline ally of Washington, facing two adversaries of China, North Korea. Now, what South Korea is thinking about is that nuclear-powered submarine. Let South Korea do that, have that, so that they can patrol the seas, Yellow Sea, seas in the Sea of Japan and South China Sea, so that they can mark. U.S. cannot do all the policemen. While U.S. is preoccupied with all these housekeeping issues and domestic politics, let South Korea empower South Korea so that South Korea could share the burden of Washington. I think the solution is right there, and it just matter is how we could make it unfolded smoothly and seamlessly.
I will take exception with your question on one fundamental issue. You said, how would this fit into our Indo-Pacific strategy? We don't have an Indo-Pacific strategy. We don't have a strategy. It just does not exist. We react. And that is a fundamental problem that I think is causing distress in Seoul and elsewhere. I'm hoping to God that our next president, whoever she or he may be, will lay out an easy-to-articulate Indo-Pacific strategy into which a China strategy sits. And that will give confidence to our allies, Korea included, about how they fit into our overall goals. We need this so badly, and it does not exist.
Otherwise, it's fine, huh?
Otherwise, it's perfect.
This is what I love about having people, who can speak now that they're no longer in the U.S. government. So the way I would answer the question, and I know we're going to go into depth in this in the next panel, but the way I would answer the question is that I think that from a Korean perspective, there was long this view that you could decouple the Taiwan Straits Theater from the Korean Peninsula. And this was where the tension was in the alliance, because from a U.S. perspective, to the extent we had a strategy, or have a strategy, we did not necessarily decouple those two things. I think, because of talk about China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, because of everything we're seeing, I think in Korea there's more and more of a realization, at least among security experts, that these two contingencies are no longer decoupled. And therefore, there is a role for Korea. Now, what that role is still a matter of debate. Again, they'll talk about in the next panel. Is it rear area support for U.S. operations? Is it, U.S. air capabilities go off pen, to support in a Taiwan contingency? But I think there is an understanding that because these two theaters are now connected, the main role that South Korea needs to play is to deter opportunistic aggression by North Korea. And I don't think there's any disagreement among Japan security experts, at least this administration's U.S. security experts, and many South Korean security experts that that is definitely a role that at least the Korean forces need to play. in a Taiwan contingency. The last thing I wanted to say, and I wanted to slightly disagree with something that was said earlier on the panel on Iran. I think this Iran war doesn't make Korea closer to China. It actually makes Korea closer to Russia. Because in the immediate term, it's exemptions for Russian crude, but in the longer term, Koreans are going to try to reduce dependence on the Strait of Hormuz. They will look to Central Asia, Kazakhstan. They're already there, cutting short-term and long-term deals. But that all has to be piped to the Black Sea, which is, again, we're going to require Russian cooperation. So I think the longer-term geostrategic effect of this is it actually will bring Korea closer to Russia, not closer to China.
Okay. Well, that just means we have more to talk about.
That's right.
Please join me in thanking the panelists. And we'll conclude this first session.
We'll now go for a short 10-minute break before the next session. For our online audience, please rejoin us on the event page at 10:30 a.m. Thank you.
everyone ready? So everybody can hear me.
Great. Welcome back to what is panel 2 of a great day of discussions. The topic of this conversation will be what should be Korea's role in a Taiwan conflict. I'm very glad to be moderating what I hope will be a very engaging set of discussions. My name is Henrietta Levin. I'm a senior fellow here at CSIS with the Freeman Chair in China Studies, and I am honored to be moderating this discussion with an incredible group of panelists. Let me start by introducing them as speakers. We are lucky to have Mark Kansian, Senior Advisor here also at CSIS with the Defense and Security Department, as well as Sungmin Cho, Associate Professor at Sunkyun Kwan University. And our two incredible discussants are Jason Hsu, Senior Fellow with the Hudson Institute and former legislator at large in Taiwan's Legislative Yuan, and Andrew Yo, Senior Fellow and SK Korea Foundation Chair with the Brookings Institution and also Professor of Politics at the Catholic University of America. So with no further ado, I think we can jump into the discussion. The stakes of this topic need no introduction. If we think about the key flashpoints where a great power conflict could erupt in the Indo-Pacific, we think about Taiwan, we think about the Korean Peninsula, and I'm looking forward to thinking about all of that in this discussion, though also a little bit stressed. But I'm sure our panel will make me feel at ease. We'll see. So with that, let me turn to Mark for your opening remarks. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much. Let me start by describing some of the work we've done and the reason why I'm up here on this panel, which is that we developed a war game for a U.S.-China conflict over Taiwan. We did 3 projects, one looking at invasion, one looking at invasion with possibility of using nuclear weapons, and the third was on blockade. We ran the war game approximately 70 times. Each one took a day, so we were able to build a pretty strong analytic foundation, and the reports got a lot of attention because they are entirely unclassified, and there's a great desire out there for unclassified information. I can talk more about those if people are interested. They're available online. But the important thing for this group is Korea and how we treated Korea and how it might be affected by such a conflict. One thing about doing a war game is you have to be very specific about what everybody does. You can't say, well, maybe Korea will do this, or maybe it'll do that, or no, you have to have a specific assumption. We did have a couple of different scenarios, which we used mainly for other assumptions. Japan, I'll talk about that in a second. But for Korea, our assumption was that they would do what the Korean government has said and what we heard from the previous panel, which is they would focus on North Korea and balancing North Korea, but would not participate in a conflict with the coalition. We did assume the United States pulls out 2 fighter squadrons of the 4 that it has stationed in Korea, but would leave the rest of its forces there. The one consideration also was Japan, and because, of course, Korea and Japan very close together. They're both watching North Korea and China. Our assumption on Japan was that it would remain neutral. It would allow the United States to use its bases in Japan. Those were absolutely critical for a conflict over Taiwan. The U.S. fighter forces, TAC air, are very short-legged. We can't really fight the war without the bases in Okinawa and southern Japan. But they would remain neutral. They would defend themselves unless attacked by China. In I think 19 of the 25 games we ran, that happened. China attacked Japan. Japan was pulled into the conflict. Looking at Korea, the question comes out, okay, well, how else might Korea participate in such a conflict? And of course, people think first about military forces. I'm not sure if that's realistic, but I will leave that to others. But there are many other ways that Korea could be helpful to the United States and the coalition without sending military forces. For example, there is equipment that the Koreans might sell to the United States in a long conflict, particularly. We're seeing that with the conflict with Iran, where the United States is actually buying material back from its allies, and Korea, with its very powerful and expanding defense industry, could provide some materials, might have to go through a third party, but could be very helpful to the United States in that regard. There's also repair facilities, ship repair. The United States is going to have many ships that are badly damaged. Taking them all the way back to the United States is very time consuming. Having them repaired forward would be tremendously helpful. The Koreans might be able to help there. Same thing with aircraft repair. And diplomatically, providing support in the various international fora that would push back against a Chinese invasion of Taiwan or a blockade or whatever aggressive action they have taken. So let me stop there and turn it over to my colleague here,
Great.
my neighbor.
I appreciate the highlighting of ways that Korea could play a pivotal role in the direction of the conflict, far short of contributing troops directly, but equipment sales, thinking about the defense industrial base broadly in terms of maintenance as well, really important points. Sungmin, please.
Yes. First of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to sit together with the analysts and officials that I greatly admire and learn from. So it looks like from the previous session as well, and then just right now, there is a growing consensus that what South Korea can do in the Taiwan contingency is at best to provide real area support. And then even from South Korean perspective, I'd like to explain there are two ways to explain why that is the case. That one is by looking at the structure. There is a structural pressure on the South Korean government. Whether it is Lee Jae-myung or Yoon Sung-yeol, they face the same kind of structural pressure that leads South Korea to provide real area support in a contingency. And I also like to talk about agency of President Lee Jae-myung, how he views Taiwan contingency issue, what he said, and aim at this structural pressure. So when people talk about what South Korea's role in a Taiwan contingency, often the question is what South Korea can do and should do in a Taiwan contingency. But we can also take the opposite approach. First, think about what South Korea cannot do and should not do, and we exclude those scenarios. Then whatever left is what South Korea can do. And then South Korea cannot stay away from Taiwan contingency. What I mean by that is that South Korea announced that we will not do anything with the Taiwan contingency. We will not deploy our forces. We also oppose the USFK involvement. That's what South Korea will announce, that we will contribute nothing to the Taiwan contingency. Then South Korea will face the two consequences. First, if China prevails, then South Korea's sea route of trade will be at the mercy of Beijing. But if the U.S. successfully intervenes and defeat China in a Taiwan contingency, and here we are talking about the worst possible scenario of the actual military fight, the U.S. prevails and South Korea did nothing, then American people will remember that South Korea is free riding on the U.S. sacrifices. They will damage the alliance. So South Korea should do something, but that does not mean either that South Korea can and should participate in combat mission. South Korea certainly have capabilities to support the U.S. war efforts, South Korea's naval fleet from Jeju base can interrupt Chinese PLA naval operation from Ningbo or Qingdao bases, and South Korea's F-15 or 35 fighters, together with the US forces from Kunsan or Osan bases, they can operate together. But by doing so, South Korea will face two consequences. First, China will target South Korea's military base as well. And second, China will have more motivation, incentives to involve North Korea. It is a fair game for China if the US brings South Korea into Taiwan contingency, then why not China also bring North Korea into the contingency? So and also China needs North Korea to pin down the US and South Korea's military bases if South Korea send military forces to Taiwan contingency. That outcome South Korea cannot afford either. So excluding South Korea does nothing or does everything, including combat mission, that is not ideal scenario for South Korea. Combat mission again, that is the surest way that China will attack South Korea. China will assault South Korea, and that is the fastest way to expand front line from Taiwan Strait to the Korean Peninsula, and that is not beneficial for the US operation either. So what I've left is that we provide real area support, like discussed logistics or intelligence, ammunition, non-combat evacuation mission. There are many things that South Korea can do as a real area base, like Japan did during the Korean War, or Poland is doing for the war in Ukraine. For that matter, China will not happy, but China will hesitate to retaliate South Korea militarily. By doing so, it is China that expand front line from Taiwan Strait to the Korean Peninsula. China will hesitate. And the US may not be happy about real area support, but that's the best that US can get in this scenario. So that's a structural pressure that will be imposed on any government, whether it is Lee Jae-myung or conservative government. But also, we can think about the agency of the South Korean president, and in this case, Lee Jae-myung. And then during the 2024 the legislative election, he was an opposition leader, and he famously said, Taiwan contingency has nothing to do with South Korea. We just say "xie to China" and "xie to Taiwan." That's good enough. And he faced a lot of criticism from conservative side. But after he was elected as president, the Time magazine asked him the same question: if there is a contingency in Taiwan Strait, what's going to be your response? And as president, Lee Jae-myung said, "I'll think about the answer when aliens invade the Earth." So at least he was clear. His position was clear about strategic contingency in Taiwan Strait. He refused to get involved. After being president, at least his position shifted from clarity to strategic ambiguity. This strategic ambiguity works in favor of China in this case, because Lee Jae-myung government's priority is to advance inter-Korea dialogue. And to advance inter-Korea dialogue, Taiwan does not really, there is nothing much Taiwan can do, but there is a lot that China can do from South Korean perspective. So that incentivized Lee Jae-myung to acknowledge, to reiterate again one China policy before he visited Beijing. So that incentivized Lee Jae-myung to stay away from discussing Taiwan issue as much as possible. And luckily for the Lee Jae-myung government, there is a strategic calm period between US and China, so there is a less discussion about Taiwan contingency. So using this strategic calm between the US and China provide a strategic space for Lee Jae-myung government to engage with Beijing without discussing Taiwan. So Lee Jae-myung government still faced with the same structural pressure to talk that he has to, if there is a pressure, then I think he will end up agreeing about providing real area support behind the scenes. But until the moment comes, he tries to avoid discussing Taiwan issue as much as possible, and then, which is even I would call that's a strategic passivity to talk about Taiwan issue at all. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jason, over to you.
So a Taiwan contingency is a regional contingency. It is very clear to the leadership in Taiwan that first and foremost that we need to sustain over a period of time to get through so that the allies can arrive to the region. But it's also very clear that we treat this not only as a one single event, but also could be something can be rippled through the regional theater. And what we understand is that each country has its own structural limit, and that would constrain how they respond and how they react in a certain crisis. And as we make these calculations and think about what could be Taiwan's reactions and responses, we fear that countries that are making its own calculation and responses are not priced into the ways that China can coerce them into actions or inaction. And the situation that I am referring to is the current summit that President Trump and Xi Jinping are having in Beijing. If the two countries can decide the regional security and Beijing start to believe that Taiwan's security can be discussed bilaterally between Beijing and Washington, this could send a message to the regional allies as to how they would respond to anything related to potential contingencies. South Korea's response has always been priced into how they reacted to Beijing and as well as the different comparison with Japan's leadership in a way that South Korea has much more to pay for if there's a Taiwan contingency and that South Korea is forced into the situation. But the question we must ask is probably the price and the cost that the different actors are involved in a potential contingencies would be further escalated into whether they would be forced into a regional potential situation that would have the consequences to their own country. And for Taiwan, we understand this very clearly that we won't ask South Korea publicly to make statements to support Taiwan militarily or politically, but what we would like to see is the potential shared mechanism as to how would a series of contingency plans be coordinated, such as evacuation of the Korean citizens in Taiwan when there is a blockade, or the use of airspace and some sort of humanitarian aid in a situation that we need to get aids and the packages in and out of Taiwan. And when there is also an energy crisis, how do we deal with such a contingency when semiconductors are also prohibited from shipping out of the island? And so there's this strategic reserve on all things related to civilian life, the medical, and as well as the military coordination. We would love to seek quiet cooperations with South Korea, and we are cleared on the type of political constraint that South Korea faces in this crisis and contingency.
Great, and helpful to think about how Korea can play a role in supporting deterrence and supporting whole of society resilience, even in more of a deterrence kind of timeline, short of the conflict scenarios that our original speakers raised. Yeah. Andrew.
Thanks, Henrietta. I was brought onto this panel to be a discussant, so I was going to bounce off of some of the comments that Sungmin and Mark had made. I mean, for South Korea, in Washington at least, the perception is that South Korea is behind the curve when it comes to support for Taiwan, certainly behind Japan and Australia, and perhaps even the Philippines these days. But in private, when you talk to Korean officials, they all understand that doing nothing is not really an option. So Sungmin laid out between everything and nothing. That's a huge gap where you're going to go full throttle into combat with the U.S. in the Taiwan Strait versus you're not going to send any troops, you're not going to permit USFK. So clearly the everything and nothing options are not on the cards for South Korea. And so the sort of healthy middle ground, the Goldilocks strategy, is to offer rear area logistical support. So you see this a lot in different analyses. What I wanted to touch on, though, is, I guess, what I'm curious about probing a bit further with this panel is the current government, the Lee government, and their approach to Taiwan. As Sang-min already alluded, just in preparation for this panel, I was just doing a quick search on Korea-China relations. Has anything come up from the Korean government? Have there been any statements? Even media reports. And there was maybe 5 articles in the week of early January when Lee Jae-myung went to China, and then there was absolutely nothing. And so that speaks volumes, that it's not even covered in the media. And then, and so some of you think tank folks, some of my colleagues out there know this, but in 2023, 2024, I mean, I think pretty much every major think tank was doing something on South Korea, Taiwan. I mean, at Brookings, I did a report, Hudson, CNAS, Atlantic Council, German Marshall Fund, they were all doing some kind of track 1.5, track 2, or report. And partly because I think the South Koreans under the Yoon government were becoming more interested. I think they were getting the picture that after 2022 with the Pelosi visit, that South Koreans can't just sit on the sidelines and do nothing. And so there was a lot of analysis and a lot of engagement with South Korea, with the Taiwanese also to try to figure out what role can South Korea play, but all of that has gone pretty silent as well too. Now we could say it's because of other crises, the war in Iran right now, Ukraine and Russia, although that was going on in 2022, 2023 as well. But I think for Lee, my sense is, you're falling back to a traditional position where you know that you're not going to do nothing. You have to support the U.S. in some way, that Taiwan is absolutely critical when it comes to South Korea's economic security, but you're hoping that it doesn't become exposed or come to the surface. And so that's where we get back to this point where it's not that Korea is uninvolved or doesn't care about the Taiwan Strait conflict, but the question is it willing to be more open about what it's thinking? So can it cooperate? Can it strategize with the Taiwanese in terms of how do we deal with non-combatant evacuations? How do we deal with things like diplomatic support, rear area logistical support? So these are conversations I think don't really happen at the official level, and I think what many of us in DC were trying to encourage South Korean government was to try to have those more official conversations, not just at the Trek 2. Mark had mentioned in his wargaming that kind of another optimal approach to South Korea is to really ensure deterrence on the Korean Peninsula, because if there is a Taiwan Strait conflict and U.S. forces are deployed, dispatched to the Taiwan Strait, it's going to be the Koreans are going to have to step up to really defend against and deter the North Koreans. I'm actually curious if Lee will use that point in some ways to reiterate that actually our role, because the Trump administration also tells us that we need to do more on the peninsula, is to defend against North Korea. If they can kind of use that as a cover to kind of say less about what they might actually do in the Taiwan Strait and reiterate that, well, our primary role really is to defend against the North Korean attack. So it'll be interesting to see moving forward, how the Lee government navigates that. But my final point is just, as we think about scenarios for what South Korea can do in a Taiwan Strait conflict, I always like to say it really depends on how the conflict unfolds, because it's very different if China starts targeting U.S. bases on the peninsula or actually strikes U.S. bases, and for Korea to be reluctant to stay engaged, versus if it's something that, I don't think it's likely, but if Taiwan declares independence and does something very drastic, and then what would Korea's role be in that case? So I think how a Taiwan Strait conflict unfolds is really important to consider what the Lee government or what a future Korean government may or may not do on the Taiwan Strait. I'll kick it back over to you, Henrietta.
Great. And it's a good point as well. Really, Jason raised the perspective that a Taiwan contingency is inherently a regional contingency. And I think that's a view you would have heard on Taiwan and in corners of Washington for quite a long time. But Andrew, to your point, it really does seem like 2022 was probably a hinge moment where for the region, it started to feel apparent that a Taiwan contingency is a regional contingency. I mean, something about seeing missiles flying over Taiwan, if you're sitting in Manila, towards Manila.
Yeah, I can jump in. I mean, even here at CSIS, I think we were thinking about a dual contingency between Taiwan and the Korean Peninsula. And it was actually President Yoon who went on a limb and said that the Taiwan, any crisis in Taiwan would be a global, international issue, just like the North Korea. President Yoon was very keen in internationalizing the North Korea situation. Of course, he got punished for it by the Chinese. They recalled the Korean ambassador in Beijing, and or they called him the South Korean ambassador in Beijing, and the Chinese were not happy about that. But that was the direction, I think, that where I think the discourse was moving in South Korea. But I think we've kind of gone back to the default position of staying as quiet as possible, unless being forced to or pushed to say something.
Yeah. So I want to elaborate on this regional contingency and how that would play out amongst the allies. I feel anything if China were to do it, it would be pretty targeted. And outright invasion or amphibious landing is less likely at this point in time. What Beijing is trying to shape is the political calculus amongst our allies, including Korea and even North Korea and Japan and Philippines, and find ways to keep them or deter them from getting involved in the first 72 hours. And increasingly, our government has moved from preparing for an invasion or fighting for invasion to a blockade contingency as well as a potential simulated quarantine. Now, there's a fine differences of a blockade and quarantine, and then countries that are increasingly assessing the situation will find it difficult or ambiguous whether to respond or react. And so there's a fine shades of gray that how countries in the region assess and coordinate responses with our government to really determine their level of engagement. And that becomes an issue when China can shape the regional political calculus and also influence the country's leadership into thinking this is what Beijing is conducting as so-called internal affairs, and then try to establish a fait accompli. And before we all know it, it becomes a situation that is hard for them to be involved. And now we maybe resort to getting their citizens out of the island, but then that means that we are also lose the first golden hours of 72 hours of being involved. So that's why China is very targeted on their operations. And a full-on invasion is now, I think, second priority, but a more targeted and also sequential moves, and at the same time shaping even the leaders in Taiwan from the opposition side, and as well as the countries that are increasingly falls under both the threat of having to deal with China, but also worry that America might be transactional in the regional dynamic revelations.
So I want to from here dive into the news of the day. It's a busy week in Asia. President Trump has arrived in Beijing for a closely watched summit over the next 2 days with Xi Jinping, and there are concerns in some corners that the president may offer some sort of concession on Taiwan policy, but even if that does not occur, it is clear that the U.S. is looking for warm, stable ties with Xi, with China, less of a competitive dynamic than we may have seen in the past. And so I wonder how the ROK position on Taiwan is shaped, if at all, by this apparent de-emphasis of competition within the US-China relationship. And if Trump does soften in some way, even in a temporary way, the US position on Taiwan, how would that shape future ROK views on the issue? And then also, how would that shape how Seoul is looking at its bilateral relationship with Beijing broadly, even apart from Taiwan? So a lot there. Sungmin, would you want to start off?
I'd like to tie answer to the question with Dr. Andrew Yu's point why there are less discussion about South Korea's role in the Taiwan contingency in DC. I think it is not because of South Korea's position or attitude, but more about the issue itself is calming down, that China is more likely to invade Taiwan by three variables moving: the US intervention, the Taiwan's preference for independency, and then third is the PLA's readiness. In 2022, when Nancy Pelosi visited, all three variables work against China's preference. I mean, that the US Biden administration was determined to defend Taiwan in Taiwan contingency. And then Tsai Ing-wen government's policy was also supported by the public. And then PLA was also very aggressive against Taiwan. But now all three variables move in the opposite direction. President Trump's position for the defense of Taiwan remains ambiguous. Still strategic ambiguity, but it is more ambiguous to Taiwanese from Taiwan's perspective than Chinese now. And then Taiwanese public opinion is also divided more increasingly with the Kuomintang's outright engagement with Beijing. And there is also public opinion also shows that there is a fatigue among Taiwanese people about this tension in the Taiwan Strait. The third variable, the PLA is not more ready than before, given all this corruption and the purge ongoing within PLA. So the issue itself is moving in the direction that Taiwan contingency is not really a big issue. Although the perception-wise, we are still discuss that as a very important issue, but the reality is moving in the other direction. And if Trump and Xi Jinping somehow agree on the downplaying the Taiwan issue, that's going to be a great news for the Lee Jae-myung government. Lee Jae-myung government is not going to publicly applaud, but they will be really internally happy because compared to Yoon Suk-yeol government, which was determined to deter North Korea, the Yoon Suk-yeol government needs American support. In part of that, the Yoon government was willing to discuss Taiwan issue openly. But Lee Jae-myung government's priority is totally the opposite, engaging with North Korea. To do that, Lee Jae-myung government needs more to engage with China compared to the previous Yoon government. And then Taiwan contingency issue could be a great hurdle for Lee Jae-myung government to engage with Beijing. But luckily, President Trump does not really bring the issue. And then there are many other variables that I just mentioned. So I think Lee Jae-myung government feels that they are lucky to advance their agenda as they want.
Mark, anything you would add?
Yeah, two things. First, as I think many of you know, the administration has been confusing about its policy towards Taiwan. On the one hand, President Trump talks a lot about economic relations with China and putting those at the top of the agenda. The United States has also talked about in the strategy documents focusing on the hemisphere. On the other hand, you read the national security strategy, the long section in there about the importance of Taiwan and defending Taiwan. And you have in the Pentagon, you've got the Undersecretary for Policy, Rich Colby, who's written extensively about the importance of the Western Pacific and defending Taiwan. And a $1.5 trillion budget. And you have to ask, okay, so what is that for? And conflict in the Western Pacific. So there's a little uncertainty there. There's been talk about, possibly President Trump making a deal on arms sales to Taiwan, something about maybe giving China some voice there in exchange for help in the Strait of Hormuz, where the United States has got itself into a a stalemate and is looking for a way out. Such a deal, of course, would be very bad for Taiwan, but it would establish a precedent that would affect, I think, all of our allies. And for Korea, South Korea, remember when the United States deployed THAAD, China pushed back pretty hard, and if the United States established a precedent where China gets a voice, and that might make these kinds of deployments even more difficult.
Andrew, anything you would add?
I mean, I agree with Seung-min that if Trump were to pull back on the Taiwan issue, or work something out with Xi Jinping, that the Lee government would sigh, it would be a big sigh of relief for them because it would take pressure off of them as well, too. I do think it is a problem, though. It's one of these things where if you're not focused on the issue at all, and then a crisis comes up and you haven't been planning or thinking about it, then you're in trouble. It's like deferring like home maintenance stuff, where you know you need to do it, you're thinking about it, but you don't really want to deal with it, and then when something breaks down, you're in big trouble. So even if, I think for Seoul, it would put the Lee government in a more comfortable, a better position. They could then reach out and engage with China without having to worry whether the Trump administration is going to slap tariffs back onto Seoul, back onto Korea. I think not paying attention to the issue could also be problematic further down the road.
So for other U.S. allies in the region, if we think about how this moment feels in Tokyo or in Canberra, my sense is there is a connection made between U.S. resolve vis-a-vis Taiwan and then the credibility of the formal treaty alliances with the five allies, with Tokyo, with Canberra, with Seoul. And it seems like the perspective here is that connection is not made at all in Seoul, at least with the current government. Is that a fair perspective? And what do you make of the difference?
It does come down to an issue of credibility. If the U.S. is not going to really support Taiwan, what's it mean for its support for other allies? And I never really looked at it that way, that it disassociates the Taiwan issue with the rest of credibility and deterrence for the region. But it is as if South Korea tends to silo out the Taiwan issue. And again, we saw some movement about the internationalization of these crises, linking the Taiwan crisis with the Korean Peninsula crisis. But the default position is to really think of Taiwan as sort of a separate issue.
That's a good point. Jason, you already spoke to this to some degree, but is there anything you would?
Yeah, so two things we are tracking really closely. One is whether President Trump make a political concession to Xi Jinping as to going from U.S. doesn't support Taiwan independence to U.S. opposing Taiwan independence. And this would mean that Beijing can shape Washington's behavior as well as the statement in this Taiwan and China dynamic. And certainly, we are also tracking that whether President Trump would actually make a statement on further delaying the second part of the defense package that was passed last Friday in Taiwan's legislature. That's worth of 25 billion. 11 billion was already approved in January this year, and the 14 billion is what to be announced. And if that becomes a case, one case begets another, and it shows that Beijing can change U.S.'s arms sales to Taiwan and also affect how Taiwan's security is discussed by Washington. And I think that's very, very worrisome to people of Taiwan, and that also could give rise to the American skepticism that's on a growing sentiment in Taiwan, and that's going to be very challenging for America to really have a unified vision and also operation and coordination in Taiwan, and it gives China more leverage to divide our society.
So we've talked about what Seoul might conceivably do in a contingency, how U.S. policy towards China might shape that thinking. I want to take a step back and hear your views on how decision makers in Seoul view the stakes of a Taiwan conflict for the ROK, for Korea specifically. And we can think about military, economic, technological, other kinds of implications. And so I wonder how you think then these perceptions among decision makers, or the current government in Seoul, then compare to what your assessment of the actual stakes are. So Sungmin, maybe you can start us off there as well.
I think they understand that our economic survival is actually really dependent upon the stability in the sea route of state in the Taiwan Strait. So if there is a disruption and then conflict in the Taiwan Strait, they will have a direct impact on our economy. That already the conflict in Iran already has a global impact, including our economy. So it is very predictable that we are going to have an economic impact, and militarily, like we discussed, there is a very great chance that we will, one way or another, whether we want or not, we will be involved. Whether it is a legitimate government or conservative, they will have the same concern. And because it is the legitimate government, they were concerned even more. So before the Trump-Lee Jae-myung summit in August last year, right before the summit, there was a heated debate among South Korean scholars and in the press how he's going to respond if President Trump, in public, brings the issue of Taiwan and then press Lee Jae-myung in public. And then the Lee Jae-myung government's response was that we will stick to some principled response. I interpret that is just he will reiterate the previous government's position, including Yoon Suk-yeol and even Moon Jae-in, who agree on the statement that peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait is vital to Korean Peninsula. But there was a lot of concern whether President Lee Jae-myung will be publicly in a difficult position. But surprisingly, President Trump really did not bring the issue in public and press the Lee Jae-myung government. So to your question, I think there is a shared concern even in the progressive government. They want to avoid discussing that issue as much as possible, and luckily it was not really brought up. And quickly to point to Mark's point that I think there is no doubt in Seoul or in Tokyo about the U.S. resolve to maintain the stability and peace in the Taiwan Strait, and Tokyo and Seoul would agree. But it is a separate issue whether the perception and resolve is one story, but also the assessment of the reality. The Office of the Director of National Intelligence of this government in March this year, they put out the report, risk assessment, that China is unlikely to invade Taiwan by the year of 2027, and they lay out all the variables. Of course, there is a link. There is constant risk that we should be worried about, but it is the U.S. government's assessment that, well, it is better now than before, and then that can be also subject for controversy here.
Would anyone else want to weigh in on the stakes, on what a contingency would mean for Korea?
The Koreans understand that the stakes are high because of the economic security. 90% of trade flows through the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea. And as Sungmin mentioned, even the Moon government recognized that enough to put that in a joint statement with the United States. And so that's the perception, and that is also the reality. So I don't think there's a gap there. I think the gap is, if you know this reality, then what are you going to actually do about it? I think that's where we see the gap between planning for a crisis and that. So I'm not saying that a crisis is going to erupt, but if you know that there's a lot at stake, then you should actually make some preparations.
The only thing I'd add is to consider the pressure that the United States would be putting on the South Korean government to help in a conflict over Taiwan. We see that now in the war with Iran, the pressure being put on particularly Europeans, but also other allies, even though the need is much less. In a war with China over Taiwan, by the time you get to week 2, the United States will have taken something like 10,000 casualties. Keep in mind, we've taken 13 fatalities so far in the war with Iran. So in a situation where the United States is taking casualties on that level, has lost maybe a couple hundred airplanes, lost ships. You can imagine the kind of pressure that they would put on all of our allies, including South Korea, to help out.
We've mentioned a few times in the discussion how Seoul conceives as perhaps their primary objective, their primary role in a Taiwan contingency as maintaining deterrence on the peninsula in a time of significant instability because of the risk of opportunistic aggression from the DPRK. And so I wonder how you assess the risk of opportunistic aggression of this kind, and how can the risk that North Korea would try and take advantage of a Taiwan contingency, how can that itself be deterred? Mark, would you want to start?
Just looking at the military side, my background, the United States, of course, would be fully involved with a conflict with China, with its air and naval forces, also its missile defense forces, but not its ground forces. And the United States would still have large ground forces that it could contribute to a conflict on the Korean Peninsula if something were to happen with North Korea. So it's not a situation where the United States is totally unable to help. It's just that the forces that would be available will be much reduced, much more focused on ground forces.
Yes, I recently researched with Dr. Chung Kyung-ju at KAIDA, Korean Institute of Defense Analysis, by collecting all the statements from North Korean government and KCNA about strategic flexibility of the USFK. We gather about 60 statements from 2006 and all the way up to last year. And we anticipate, because strategic flexibility of USFK means that more assets will be moving out of South Korea, so they will weaken our defense posture against North Korea. That's why South Koreans are very concerned about strategic flexibility. And in reversing this logic, we expect North Koreans would love to see strategic flexibility of USFK, but all the statements, they show that North Koreans are even more concerned about strategic flexibility than South Koreans we are, because strategic flexibility for North Korea means that more assets can get out of South Korea, but also it means that more military assets can come into South Korea, and then they will increase the threat level from North Korean perspective. So they oppose strategic flexibility, and they oppose South Korea will be used as, from their language, they oppose South Korea will be used as a springboard for the US hegemony, including Taiwan Strait and everywhere. So if North Korea does get involved in Taiwan contingency in one way or another, that is not because they want China to succeed in the Taiwan Strait. They will be reluctant to be sacrificed to support China, and they will be more worried about, as much as South Koreans are worried about strategic flexibility, they really want to focus on their own defense with more US military assets coming into South Korea in the name of strategic flexibility from their perspective. But if they support China, that's not because they want China to succeed, but because they want China not to lose in the Taiwan Strait. To that level, they will, if they support, they will be reluctantly support.
Yeah, I feel Beijing has been sending very direct signals to Seoul that you should not be too involved in addressing or responding to a Taiwan contingency. And we've seen this from the perspective of diplomatic coercion in terms of even changing Taiwan's visa entry to Taipei, China. And so that becomes an alarming signal to us that Beijing is trying to align with actors in the region that might have intrinsic risks of some sort involved in a common contingency, and start shaping their behavior and making demands that they do so. And this is a reflection from also Japan's Prime Minister Takaichi's statement on Taiwan's contingencies is Japan's contingency as well. And the consequences that she ended up having to dealing with from Beijing has also very strongly been a signal to other countries in the region. So to us, we are very clear that our allies in the region have its own constraints, and we've looked at this from the cost angle that our allies have to bear, and now looking at what we can do to create environment for our allies to be able to act quietly, but not sacrifice their own self-interest.
Yeah, when we think about North Korea exploiting a Taiwan Strait conflict, it's not that North Koreans are going to invade South Korea. It's going to be like Korean War, the second Korean War. But I think the concerns are about more like gray zone tactics. While they try to take advantage, now they don't identify the Korean Peninsula unification. They've rejected that. So there's ill-defined borders. So will they try to take advantage of taking more of the border, the northern limit line, the NLL, in their favor? Will there be drone incursions? So those are the sorts of things that I think we might be more concerned about rather than an all-out invasion like the Korean War. So yeah, there are risks that I think the South Koreans need to prepare for. If I may, I know I'm not the moderator, but I had a follow-up question for maybe Mark, because you mentioned that some USFK assets, air, perhaps naval, would be involved. They might be deployed under the concept of strategic flexibility. Would that weaken South Korea's would it weaken air defense capabilities on the Korean Peninsula, or would that be of any concern that North Koreans might exploit?
It is, because I think the United States would certainly pull out at least half of its aircraft and maybe some of its air and missile defenses, because those would be needed in Japan and Okinawa, for example. So yes, it would put more pressure on the South Korean air and naval defenses.
Yeah, I'm assuming that's why the Koreans, as Lee Jae-myung talks about boosting their own defense capabilities. I mean, these are some of the areas when they discuss the transfer of wartime operational control from the U.S. back to South Korea, where the Koreans are trying to develop sorts of capabilities where they can increase their deterrence and defense against the North Koreans. So on that front, they could say, this is where I think President Lee could say that we are preparing for, a crisis on Taiwan, because by virtue of, beefing up our own defense. I don't know if that would be an out then to not send anything towards Taiwan, but yeah, I do think that Koreans are aware of certain risks, and so for that part, they're willing to increase defense spending and do more for try to beef up their capabilities.
Yeah, let me just add to that thought. THAAD and Patriot that are in South Korea right now, there'd be a lot of pressure to move that out to Japan, for example. Because imagine a situation, Japan is under attack, there are missiles, falling on Japanese military bases and airfields, they're screaming for help, and we have these assets sitting in South Korea that are essentially doing nothing. Of course, there's deterrence and a bunch of other things. Be a lot of pressure to move them, across the straits there to help out Japan.
Well, I'd love to open the floor now to any questions from our audience. I see one over here. And please, if folks could begin your question with just a quick introduction, your name, your affiliation, and then
I'm
brief
Peter
question.
Humphrey, an intelligence analyst and a former diplomat. I think the dumbest thing Taiwan has done was to end its nuclear power. And the easiest way to get Taiwan to declare uncle is to simply use that huge Coast Guard to blockade any energy shipments into Taiwan. And then it's over. They win by default. And I think the best thing we can do is to get the U.S., especially Korea and Japan, to sit on Taiwan to say, we're going to moderate our cooperation with you until you turn back that energy source. Now that is a strategy.
Mark, would you want to comment on energy?
Well, we did a series of games on blockade of Taiwan, and of course, energy is the key element because Taiwan starts to run out after about 2 or 3 weeks when the natural gas runs out, and then coal runs out, and then oil later. So yes, now, and helping in that regard would be very important to keep that flow going. Now, it's not that, I don't think the Taiwanese or the U.S. would roll over if the Chinese use their maritime militia to harass ships coming in. I mean, the Taiwanese can escort them, the United States can escort them, but I would expect that the United States would ask South Korea to provide escorts and convoys going into Taiwan to make the point that this interference with international shipping is illegal, and the United States and its coalition partners will not recognize it.
I think I saw a question. Let's go first here and then the gentleman over here.
My name is Don Kirk. I'm just wondering about divisions in Taiwan between the KMT and their leader recently went to China, saw Xi Jinping, and the president, who takes quite a different view. What effect will this have on the whole equation? I think this may have been mentioned briefly, but perhaps the panelists could have discussed this a little further.
Jason, would
I
you?
can answer to this. So the KMT chair, Zheng Liwen, got elected from a weak position within the party, and she needs some sort of elevation, and that is why she went to Beijing to meet with Xi Jinping. And Xi Jinping needed her to sort of prepare this peacemaker stage that Xi positioned himself to be, and then sort of spreading this peace narrative that Taiwan doesn't need to buy more weapons from the U.S. and Taiwan doesn't need to increase defense budget. As long as we are in office, we can work with Taiwan's opposition party to develop this peace narrative. And now that's also set a stage for Trump's visit as well. And the recently passed defense package was a compromise. DPP, the current ruling party, proposed a $40 billion comprehensive defense special budget, but it was cut to $25 billion. That only covers government-to-government sales. And to Xi, he could claim a partial victory that Taiwanese people don't actually take the defense seriously. And so this divide also adds fuel to the American skepticism that if Trump ends up announcing a delay in the arms delivery or the second part of the defense package. So to your question, whether Xi means peace for real, I have very high doubt. Beijing continuously to coerce Taiwan and send the warplanes to Circle Island while engaging conversation with opposition leaders. So that's the problem, that if we fall into Beijing's narrative, that one day we could end up not having any arms to protect ourselves, and then in a completely weak position when we are forced to negotiate with Beijing. And so that's the problem that we have to deal with. And adding to that, compounding this sentiment is the rise of American skepticism that U.S. might abandon Taiwan, and because Xi Jinping now is trying to cultivate this peace narrative, and if that becomes something that would be spread further, and I think that would be a serious trouble for U.S. in the region as well.
Yes, about the national division within Taiwan, I think my role here is to expose South Korean perspective as much as possible. I think many South Koreans can relate the domestic politics of Taiwan with South Korean politics, that there is also a very deep division between progressive and conservative about how we deal with North Korea. And then there's somehow mirror the national division structure within Taiwan as well. What we don't understand much is the resolve to fight against China if China invades. That the polling, I did some research recently that the polling tells that the general populations, about 67%, they say they will fight against China if China invades. But the young generation in their 20s and 30s, only 31% of them say that they will fight to death if China invades Taiwan. So we are surprised to see that the less level of strong willingness to fight against China. And so when South Koreans talk about the contingency in Taiwan, the image we have is that, well, Taiwanese people will fight against China to death, and then the US will intervene militarily. Those are the two conditions that then we can think about we will deploy our forces. When Taiwanese drop their guns and when the US does not really involve militarily, it is unimaginable for South Korea that we fight for the people's lives of Taiwan there. So, but the polling shows that public opinion, according to the Chicago Council of Global Affairs, last year, 2024, only 18% of American respondents say that they agree the U.S. fight militarily. 60% say that they don't want, and 20% they don't know. In Taiwan contingency, American public opinion dominantly say that we will provide military weapons, ammunition, or economic support, but not directly fight. So the two images that South Koreans have, that Taiwanese people fight against China to death, and Americans will fight militarily, direct conflict, that two conditions are not really solid. And then that's the concern for South Korean, from South Korean perspective.
All right, so my question is on food security. So as you know, Taiwan majorly grows their crops in south and southwest. You know, what if there's a conflict that would happen? It could choke some of the food, like especially coming in from the south, because majority population in the north. So like, for example, like Ukraine had a big issue, right? There was big food insecurity, that crisis that was caused when the Ukraine war happened. So what is the backup plan? Can South Korea help agriculturally to Taiwan? Because I know South Korea grows a lot of rice. Could that be something strategic or some other ways that agriculturally they can be helped, you know?
Who would like to tackle the food security dimension?
When we looked at a blockade, it became clear that food was not the problem for Taiwan. They produce some on their own, not enough. They have large inventories of food. They could hold out 6 months with what they have. It's energy, because after 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you know, they have to start shutting down parts of the economy.
We also received a question from an online viewer, Robert Manning with the Stimson Center. He wanted to go a little deeper on this question of opportunistic aggression, what the North Korean role could be in a contingency. He notes that the U.S. National Defense Strategy clearly stresses that North Korea is the ROK's primary responsibility. But if there is a scenario where North Korea could use a Taiwan contingency to try and undertake aggression against Seoul, then in a way, does the US have it both ways, where the ROK is responsible for dealing with the North Korea angle, but then also responsible for the Taiwan contingency as well? And then a final question of whether responding to North Korean aggression in that scenario, is that all-consuming? Is that really all-consuming for the ROK? Or would they, in that scenario, have the capacity to contribute to the broader campaign as well?
Well, I think, North Korea, if North Korea takes opportunistic aggression against South Korea during a Taiwan contingency, the ideal scenario is that, I mean, if North Korea does that, the purpose of that is exactly to pin down the U.S. forces, Korea, moving from South Korea to Taiwan Strait, and also distract the U.S. attention and resources from what's going on in Taiwan Strait. So there is some motivation for China to press or persuade North Korea to do something. And then ideally, the U.S. wants to focus on contingency in Taiwan Strait, and then from that perspective, USFK also needs to focus on Taiwan contingency, and South Korea can focus on defending, again, from North Korean aggression. I think the question is, if the South Korean government proactively discuss this issue, it can be seen as a division of labor. But if South Korean government is pressed to discuss this issue, that, well, let's think about that. Regional government, what are you going to do? If that is the sequence of discussion, then it looks like we are trying to avoid any role in there. So I think to address that question, South Korean government can be, I mean, even behind the closed door, it can be more active so that this division of, it can be framed as a division of labor rather than free riding or buck passing.
Yeah, that's actually a strong case for why you want to have these contingency plans ahead of time so you don't give the optics that you're trying to back out. If you've already discussed with the Trump administration or any future U.S. administration that if there is a crisis or if there is conflict in both Taiwan and Korea, but there's a division of labor that we're going to primarily defend the peninsula, and that's why we're not going to send troops, that's going to be much more preferable, I think, to Korea and the United States than just trying to come up with some kind of solution on the fly. In terms of the question about the national defense strategy, I mean, it was a thinner document, I remember, than previous ones. My sense is with the Trump administration, all things are on the table. If you've listened to any of Secretary of War Hegseth's speech, they expect allies to contribute to
share the burden.
Yeah, so sharing the burden, contributing to defense, and I mean we're seeing that now again in Iran that they want allies to contribute to Project Freedom and opening up the Strait of Hormuz. Taiwan Strait is in the Indo-Pacific, so it wouldn't be surprising for the U.S. to expect South Korea and all allies to do more, even if there is some fighting on the peninsula. I mean, I was trying to think of a scenario. Is there ways where are there ways where South Korea could continue to support the U.S.? South Korea is a major arms manufacturer, so if they're fighting North Korea, could they somehow supply weapons, or would they have enough to, like backfill the Taiwanese or supply weapons for the United States? I mean, I could see support in that way, but it would be pretty limited.
Or earlier we were talking about maintenance as well, kind of more passive use of the defense industrial base.
Yeah. There's a hand.
My name is Rachel O'Dell. I'm at the State Department, and just had a question picking up on this about evaluating North Korea's likely behavior. Like, what are they actually likely to do? I know we have to think about contingencies and risks and threats, but I think from China's perspective, they would very much like North Korea to not engage in provocations along the border with Korea, probably in order to avoid sort of horizontal escalation, and they don't want to have, they want to have a stable periphery during a Taiwan conflict. But North Korea during Wang Yi's the recent meeting with Kim Jong-un sort of made this statement endorsing the One China principle for the first time. Where do you think North Korea's thinking is about how they would behave during a Taiwan conflict? How much are they likely to sort of follow China's preferences to not engage in provocations? Are they, how much will they take that into account? And then how would that then sort of play into some of these conversations we're having about South Korean, if North Korea stays pretty, gives no indications of taking any actions, does that increase pressure on South Korea to then contribute in a Taiwan conflict?
Andrew?
In terms of motivations, I mean, in some ways it would be testing South Korea's resolve. When we talk about gray zone tactics, if they make incursions into South Korea with drones, how would the South Koreans respond? Would they respond at all? So it's, in terms of a motivation, I mean, I assume that, they don't, I don't know, it seems like the Kim regime is going, or North Korea is going through this transition where there's this new kind of diplomacy where they have outreach. I mean, they're engaging with Beijing, they're engaging with Moscow. After decades of talking about unification, they've now rejected it, and now they just want to keep North Korea as North Korea. So if in some ways it's kind of testing out what South Korea's limits are, I mean, that might be one opportunity to do it if the U.S. is distracted in Taiwan. But yeah, but I don't know if others have thoughts as well.
I can come up with many reasons why it would be a bad idea for North Korea to launch a war against the South if there were a conflict over Taiwan. I mean, they'd be betting the future of the regime, and I mean, they seem to be, of course, reluctant to do that. But I am struck with the current war against Iran, how Iran has put pressure on its proxies to participate and take pressure off of Iran, to the extent that Hezbollah, which had been quiet for the first couple of days of the war, then started shooting rockets into Israel, and now, of course, Israel is hammering them in response. And North Korea might feel that level of pressure from China if they were really in a serious war with the United States, and we're taking casualties and we're sure about the outcome.
So what would North Korea do during a Taiwan contingency? What kind of specific actions that we are talking about when we talk about opportunistic aggression? I don't think we need much imagination here. North Korea can do what it has been doing, like naval skirmish near the NLL, or bombshelling the Yeonpyeong Island like they did in 2010. But imagine that while there is an ongoing crisis in the Taiwan Strait, North Korea does that, then it surely distract our attention from Taiwan Strait to the Korean Peninsula. But if you disagree that we don't need much imagination, that also makes sense because North Korea is creative, always surprise us when it comes to provocations. So they may come up with the new kinds of provocations like dropping the bomb near the Incheon International Airport, not really directly targeting the airport, but nearby. That's good enough to get our attention. So there are a wide range of things that North Korea can consume our attention without really triggering major crises. So that would be an optimal strategy for North Korea.
I think a key also point is that when I did one of these crisis scenario simulations, I mean, the argument was that the Chinese would want the North Koreans involved or to do something to either pin down the U.S. or distract the U.S. from, they'd be divided then because they also have to defend the peninsula. But, with that assumes that the Kim is going to take orders from Xi or from China, and we've seen that North Koreans often march to their own drumbeat. So I just wanted to throw that out there, that we can't just assume that North Korea is going to do the bidding of the Chinese, but this is all speculation, so we should consider all options.
Just one more point to add to that. So when we look at sea land shipments of LNG and the blockade scenario, we have had discussions with Korea and Japan during our deal with Alaska to set up the LNG pipe, and there's been some sort of understanding that if Taiwan is under blockade and our energy is stressed, there could be some sort of a swap between Japan, Korea to resupply U.S. military bases in the region, and as well as keep the island operational. So that has been sort of our own ask to form the regional coordination for crisis response in terms of energy, which become probably the most critical choke point that we might deal with, as Mark also mentioned. So that's something I think Korea would also think about as well.
Great. Well, that's our time. Let's give a round of applause again for our incredible panelists.
We'll now take a short 10-minute break before session 3. For those of us in the room, please grab a lunchbox from the atrium and bring it back to your seats. For our online audience, we'll see you back on the event page at noon. Thank you.
Okay, I think we'll get started. Are we good to go, Andy? Andy, are we good to go? Can anybody hear me? So we have this scheduled today so that our last and final session overlaps with lunch. I don't know if the trade-off is having done it after lunch, everybody falling asleep, or doing it during lunch, everybody's more focused on their food than listening, but that's fine. We have as a title of our session, has China been helpful on North Korea? That's a yes or no question, I guess, so the answer to that is no. So any final questions from the panelists? No. It's an important question that, really does feed into the future of the Korean Peninsula and how South Korea perceives China's intentions towards the peninsula, particularly if we have a protracted period of two Koreas. What will that look like as we see China at every possible opportunity avoiding taking any responsibility for events on the peninsula. We have some excellent panelists today. I should note that I think all of you have access to the QR code, which will provide you transcripts after they've been processed of the discussions that we've had today. And more importantly, so that I don't have to read some very distinguished panelists' long resumes, you can see the full resumes on that website as well. But all that said, we have with us today Chung Park, who is a distinguished associate fellow, Center for Security, Diplomacy, and Strategy at the Free University. You had to put it in the Free University in Brussels. She's a former senior official of the DPRK, a long friend going back to CIA days, served at Brookings as well. You had the ASEAN account as Deputy Assistant Secretary over at State, and all your time at the State was during the Biden administration. Great, thank you. Patricia Kim, Senior Fellow at the John L. Thornton Center, China Center and Center for Asia Policy Studies, Brookings. We have Sung-Min Cho, who was introduced the last session, Associate Professor at Sungkyunkwan University. And then finally, but not last but not least, Rush Doshi, CV Star Senior Fellow for Asia Studies and the Director for the China Strategic Initiative at the Council of Foreign Relations. Rush was the former Deputy Senior Director for China and Taiwan at the National Security Council during the Biden administration. So we have a couple of people here who've worked in the government during Biden and Obama years and people with long experience, so we should have a rich and deep discussion. Let me start with a short story before handing it off. It was about a magical place where, hope sprung eternal, and if you went out there, everything, the skies were blue and the temperature was perfect. This utopia was known as Sunnylands then and today. And Sunnylands served as a central focal point for a range of U.S. PRC cooperation during Obama term 2. Xi Jinping met with President Obama 7 to 8 June 2013. It was really post-six-party talks, post-Leap Day understanding. North Korea had recently conducted another nuclear test, had announced a commitment to a Pyongyang policy of simultaneous pursuit of economic development and nuclear development, which really just amounted to, we're going to go full out with nuclear development. And it was a launching point for roughly 2 robust years of engagement with China. Repeated trips back and forth between Dulles and Beijing airport. And then after we worked the Chinese pretty hard, pretty aggressively for about a year or so, the South Koreans began an offensive of trying to win the cooperation of China, helping to advance progress on the North Korean nuclear program. It culminated in the infamous picture of Park Geun-hye Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin standing up on stage for the 15 August wartime victory day. What do they call it, Mark, in Chinese? Yeah, Victory Day. And then a few months later, when North Korea conducted its January 6, 2016 nuclear test, all phone calls go unanswered. So all this effort had been placed into cooperating with China on North Korea. And then at the end of the day, China really didn't deliver. There was a curveball thrown at Beijing and Moscow with Donald Trump's arrival on the scene. They didn't know what to make of his full fire and fury, the likes of which the world has never seen. My button's bigger than your button. So we got a little bit of cooperation at the UN Security Council with some resolutions responding to North Korea's longer missile test in 2027. But then after North Korea pivoted to a charm offensive, all that cooperation dropped off. And that's where we are today. So I thought I'd hand it over to Chung and Patricia, our two presenters today, to kind of talk about how the United States, first of all, sees China's contributions to helping solve the North Korea issue. And then, Patricia, if you can pick up on that with how China sees its responsibilities, its possibilities, and how it dodges requests from Seoul and Washington to help on this issue. So with this, go ahead.
Thanks, Sid. Sid really underplayed how long Sid and I have known each other. We've, when Sid was at the NSC as the Korea director, really working hard on these issues, I was his CIA briefer, and so I would see Sid every day.
Every morning.
Those were heady times, I think, looking at succession, looking at how China can assist, or the constraints that Beijing was placing on U.S. moves. So in a lot of ways, those were optimistic times. And also, I think that was probably one of the softest moments where U.S. and Beijing could cooperate because of succession, because China was so worried about succession, worried about stability. So I would view, that was a really useful vignette of Sunnylands and what President Obama and President Xi were looking to do. But I think when we look at what we've seen from Beijing over the past at least 15 years, is that Beijing's prioritizes stability above all else and reducing North Korea's vulnerability. And we saw this in the way that after the 2010, China's record on helping North Korea, so the answer is no to the question posed by the panel, that Beijing's role has been incredibly unhelpful, and I think we see that. And with strategic competition, and I'll cover that in my initial thoughts, let's put so I wanted to talk about the 2010 Cheonan attack, killed 46 South Korean sailors, as well as Waipido attack, in which killed, I think, 4 South Koreans. China said nothing. In fact, said, let's, everybody show calm and restraint. In 2014, 2016, I think this is when we were looking at maybe the softest time of potential U.S.-China cooperation, and that's when President Park Geun-hye went to Beijing to meld the Korea dream and the China dream together. That's what she had said at the time, and she did not accept Park Geun-hye's phone call after the nuclear test, right? So President Park's maneuver did not work. There have been several dozens of KADIS incidents along on the peninsula, as well as Chinese economic coercion against, for example, THAAD in 2017. And I think COVID and the succession issue were 2 particularly scary moments for Beijing that they really doubled down on supporting. What strategic competition has done, and this is something that we worked on during the previous administration, Beijing was, despite our efforts to show that there were common areas of cooperation that we can focus on, fentanyl was one, the hostages was another, and North Korea was another avenue for potential cooperation. Beijing, we were unable to get anywhere with Beijing because of strategic competition from, this is from Chinese interlocutors. That, and in that regard, there was a blind eye turned against the weapons testing, as well as the aggressive development of more dangerous weapon systems. There's some unease about the Russia-North Korea cooperation, and that's something we also highlighted about the potential for instability as a result of that, and the importance of making sure that the UN Security Council is an effective mechanism, especially the panel of experts. But all of that came to naught, and I think there's a firm no in terms of Beijing's, whether Beijing has been supportive or helpful on North Korea. And when I look at what has forced Beijing to act, and that was fire and fury.
Fire and fury?
When Beijing signed on to U.S. Sanctions against the sectoral industries and summits. So the fire and fury and the summits to avoid being sidelined in any kind of discussions and to make sure that there's some relevance by Beijing there.
It's probably worth looking at 2002, 2003, and the gloves that President George Bush came fighting with and the axis of evil. And it seemed like at that time, too, as things were deteriorating following Jim Kelly's approach on the HU program, the Chinese were able to bring the North Koreans to 4-party talks at first and 6-party talks. So it's usually when China sees some impending unknown actions, such as a summit, or dangerous actions, such as the 2002 environment, 2017, that it is more inclined to act. And it's inclined to act not because there's an urgency to modify North Korea's behavior, but rather to contain us.
Right. And in a way, Beijing might see U.S. strategic competition as somehow cooperation on North Korea was a lever on softening strategic cooperation. If you want this bad enough, then surely you can dial down the strategic competition aspect of it, but that ended up not being the case.
Did we follow through with do what they asked us to do and then they didn't deliver, or we were smart enough to know ahead of time what it would yield?
Of what?
Of increased, seeking to have Chinese cooperation on North Korea, that we knew at the end of the day wouldn't really deliver Pyongyang, but it would give China credit that they could use against us on another issue. Was there a fear of that?
Yeah, Beijing had their 6-party or Korean Peninsula envoy, and my counterpart, and of course, keeping open that conversation, that engagement was important to Washington, and so we kept that going in terms of visits, conversations, whether virtually or on the margins of other meetings, and so that's important. But there was very little give on Beijing's part, probably because that was just not a priority in terms of working with the U.S.
Great. Well, thank you very much, Sid. Thank you, CSIS and Victor, for inviting me today. I actually think one way we might reframe the title of this session is not how helpful has China been on North Korea, but how helpful has China been to North Korea? And I think the answer to that question is very straightforward. China has been indispensable to North Korea's survival. For decades, China has served as North Korea's principal patron, its primary military ally, economic lifeline, and diplomatic shield. And the key point that I want to make today is that, this has not been driven by trust, friendship, or even ideological alignment. It's really driven by China's desire to preserve influence on the Korean Peninsula that it sees vital for its own strategic interests. And it really sees as its own sphere of influence where it doesn't want another great power, whether this is the United States, the Soviet Union in the past, or Russia today, to have primacy over China. And in fact, to do this, Beijing has actually paid a lot of strategic costs to keep the North Koreans on its side. And I think one of the clearest examples of this is the Korean War, where essentially, this happened like months after the PRC was established. This is when Beijing wanted to focus on its own domestic consolidation at home. It had its own plans for a war of unification that is taking Taiwan into the mainland's fold, and it had to set all of that aside because it needed to support Kim Jong-un or Kim Il-sung's dream of unifying the Korean peninsula. And another example is in 1961 when China extended an official mutual defense treaty to North Korea, and this was done just days after Pyongyang had signed one with the USSR. And so this was really, again, driven by Beijing's interest in not losing influence over the Korean peninsula to Moscow, and really a desire to also counter the expanding US alliance network in East Asia. And notably, this is the only treaty ally that China still has to this day. Now, at the end of the Cold War, China effectively became North Korea's only great power patron. So it was North Korea's dominant trading partner, primary supplier of energy and oil, and its most important diplomatic partner internationally. But there was a period when Xi Jinping came to power where it seemed like the relationship was, kind of derailing. So Xi made a very deliberate diplomatic snub when he chose to first visit Seoul rather than Pyongyang as his first trip to the Korean peninsula. In fact, he didn't meet with Kim Jong-un until 6 years of his leadership, and so that's quite striking. And it was during this period you heard from Chinese officials talk about the China-North Korea relationship as sort of a normal state-to-state relationship rather than a blood alliance. And again, as Jung and you mentioned, Sid, you really saw Beijing clamp down in 2016 and 2017 when North Korea ramped up its nuclear and missile testing. The Chinese came on hard and actually supported, in many ways, the US maximum pressure campaign against Pyongyang. And so it seemed like the relationship was heading towards a rupture, but then in 2018, we saw an abrupt face. And why? This is because Beijing feared being sidelined. I think once it became very clear that Kim Jong-un was ready to enter into negotiations, that he was going to engage with President Trump, with the South Koreans, Beijing did not want to be kept out of that process. And so we saw a real sort of ramp up in China-North Korea diplomatic activity where Kim and Xi met multiple times. I think Xi went to Pyongyang for the first time. It was like the first visit by a Chinese leader in 14 years. And so you saw this real ramp up. And again, the driving concern was not, some affection for North Korea, for Kim Jong-un. It was really about sort of making sure that China had a place at the table when North Korea's future was being decided. And I think we see the same pattern again today in the context of growing Russia-North Korea ties. After the failure of Hanoi and during COVID, when North Korea essentially walled itself off from even China, the China-North Korea relationship was pretty stable. It was stable, but it was pretty subdued. There wasn't that much activity going on. But again, when Russia entered into the picture, with Russia and North Korea signing a mutual defense pact in June 2024, we saw Beijing noticeably intensifying its own outreach. So we saw Xi Jinping literally roll out the red carpet for Kim Jong-un later that fall, and putting Kim on his left and Putin on his right at the military parade in Beijing. And this really was about sort of reinserting China into the picture and making sure that, to show like we are in the middle, not Russia. And since then, we've seen an uptick of diplomatic and economic activities between the two sides. Now, having said that, I think Beijing is clearly uneasy about the growing military partnership between Russia and North Korea, but it's not really going to step in aggressively to try to arrest this until it sees a direct and immediate threat to its own security interests. And I think the reasons are twofold. First of all, China does not want to jeopardize its relationship with Moscow, which it sees as its most important strategic partner in sort of working against the long-term competition with the United States. And also, Beijing doesn't want to pressure North Korea too hard so that it moves further into Moscow's orbit. And so that's why we've seen the Chinese downplay or not even talk about denuclearization anymore. Right. When you press Chinese officials and ask them, has your policy changed? They say, no, it hasn't, but they don't want to talk about it publicly because they know this is going to upset the North Koreans. And so China is really trying to play a delicate balance here.
Do you think in quiet, this is what Xi Jinping tells Kim Jong-un, that I'm sorry, I cannot publicly, support dropping denuclearization as a goal of diplomacy?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if they've had that conversation yet. And I think he may have it if one day he thinks, the escalation is going to ramp up and this is going to have a direct impact on China. But for now, I don't think he feels the urgency to have that conversation. And so, again, I think China's really trying to strike a balance here. It wants to limit Russian influence in North Korea without creating tensions with these two strategic partners. So to wrap up the initial remarks, so where does that leave us today? I think it's clear that China is not likely to use its leverage over North Korea proactively unless Beijing perceives either one, that there's an imminent security risk directly to Chinese interests, or that it's at serious risk of losing influence on the Korean Peninsula and being sidelined in any sort of major diplomatic or strategic developments. But until then, and so until maybe we see Kim and Trump meeting or something like that, I just don't expect major Chinese actions when it comes to North Korea.
One thing we never really did in our negotiations was to throw out the obvious threat that one would suspect we would otherwise be putting out there, which is, if you don't help us on North Korea, we can't stop South Korea, and potentially even Japan, from going down the same path.
Yeah.
Chinese, informally would say, we're surrounded by nuclear powers. We have been for many years. They use that to justify tolerating a nuclear North Korea. But you could extend it to say, if you can live with Russia to your north, India, Pakistan, North Korea, what about South Korea and Japan? Or does that cross a red line for them?
I mean, I think obviously they don't want to see a nuclear cascade in the region. It's going to complicate it for them, and I think a nuclear Pakistan or Russia is very different from a nuclear Japan, especially, or South Korea. But again, I don't think they feel urgency in addressing this issue. They don't see that as imminent. And I don't think they see as much strain as we've seen in the U.S. alliance network. I don't think they see that crumbling and this nuclear cascade happening yet.
Good.
Yes. So I think, again, from South Korean perspective, just the question itself that whether China was helpful or not, by asking this question, we consciously or subconsciously reveal our intention that we expect China to help. And then China has been silent about their intent. So there is a asymmetry of private information among Seoul and Washington and Beijing. So I think the Lee Jae-myung government is very clear about its intent to engage with North Korea. So in the name of pragmatic diplomacy, the Lee Jae-myung government engaged with Washington as well as with Beijing, and also tries to maintain neutrality between Tokyo and Beijing. So in the name of pragmatic diplomacy, maybe Lee Jae-myung government is exercising strategic ambiguity. But when it comes to North Korea, there is no question. He wants to engage with North Korea. And also the US played the peacemaker, South Korea played the pacemaker. And China has been strangely silent about that. And President Trump also revealed his intention to meet with Kim Jong-un. Before coming to APEC last year, he said to the reporters he is open to meet with Kim Jong-un. when he left Korea, he said again that I will come back and talk to Kim Jong-un. And recently, Kurt Campbell also said Trump may ask Xi Jinping to assistance for reopening diplomatic engagement with Kim Jong-un. So it may happen that Trump spontaneously invite Kim Jong-un again for a talk, as he did in 2019 at Panmunjom. So, but for all this Lee Jae-myung and Trump's revelation of intent to engage with Kim Jong-un, Beijing has been silent. And that is strange because Lee Jae-myung and President Trump is exactly doing what Beijing has been arguing for during the Yoon Suk-yeol and Biden administration. Finally, Lee Jae-myung and President Trump is interested in advancing dialogue and dialogue-based reconciliation. So Beijing should welcome and support it, but even during the two sessions this year, Korean Peninsula was entirely absent from the official statement. That was not the case last year. So Beijing has been silent, and I think Beijing's intent is that there can be two explanations. First, Chinese policymakers, they don't know what to do with Lee Jae-myung and Trump. They are trying to engage with Pyongyang in one voice more enthusiastically than Beijing might expect. The second explanation may be that they know exactly what they are doing. They are waiting for South Korea and US to be more dependent upon China's help to engage with Beijing. Of course, I think many people here will bet on the second explanation. In the middle of this strange silence, Wang Yi visited Pyongyang, and then maybe to ensure that North Korea does not disrupt Trump-Xi meeting, and also maybe to discuss with Kim Jong-un about how to respond to Lee Jae-myung and Trump's interest in engagement with Kim Jong-un. So after Wang Yi visited Pyongyang, Lee Jae-myung government wanted to invite Wang Yi to Seoul to hear what he was discussing with Kim Jong-un, especially when Kim Jong-un was so determined to ignore Lee Jae-myung government's signal to engage with Pyongyang. Then Seoul has to rely on Beijing to find out what Kim Jong-un is really thinking about. But that Wang Yi's visit did not happen. So in conclusion, I think the asymmetry of this private information is working in favor of China. But I don't say that, I'm not criticizing the Lee government or Trump government to reveal their intention or priority. But we should be aware that this private information asymmetry works in favor of China, and that we should be aware that what price we are willing to give on what issues, as much as we want China to reveal their intention and share their communication with Pyongyang as well.
You know, we've got a couple of decades now behind us kind of looking at how particularly a closed society like North Korea communicates signals. And also, you know, what PRC talking points really mean. When are they serious? When are they deflecting? Because usually in DPRK, when PRC calls on the U.S. to do more, to lower the bar, to incentivize coming to the table, in my experience, particularly at least during the years that I had some hand in all this, that was usually a deflection tactic. Because it came at a time when we knew, although we were asking for a number of soft preconditions, you got to come to the table, got to credibly be about denuclearization, eventually halt, et cetera, that China nodded their heads into the reasonableness of our position. Wu Dawei would go in and out of Pyongyang and get the hand, and again, you know, China's forced to try to deflect. And China also is, I think, somewhat ashamed is too strong, but frustrated by their own lack of leverage. And they don't want that lack of leverage to be the headline. So rather than China said, we tried, couldn't get them to the table, being the headline, it's, you know, U.S. has to meet the legitimate security concerns in North Korea, then talks will start again. So, you know, when we see a lot of this diplomacy from the PRC, it doesn't always mean that progress is being made. So what did it look like on your watch? And what you've listened to everybody here today so far?
I have the easy job. My job is to basically synthesize the great insights from the people to my right. And so let me start with a few points, then maybe I'll offer some my own reflections. But before I do that, let me just thank all of you for joining us, and thank Victor for the opportunity to address this panel, and CSIS for the invitation. Let me start with this. Patricia made an important reframe. She said, should the panel be, has China been helpful on North Korea, or should it instead be, how has China helped North Korea? That's a good reframe. I might offer one more, which is, when has China been helpful and when has China been unhelpful? Because the truth is, there's been some complexity. It's not always a straightforward story, right? And we should explain. I'm a political scientist at Georgetown, so although I served in the NSC, I'm recovering, I'm going back to what I know, it's looking for variation in the world and trying to explain it. We got some explanations from Zhang and from Patricia. One was that China tends to be much more willing to exert pressure on North Korea when there are concerns about succession. The DPRK succession question was one of those moments where perhaps there was a bit more concern, although I'll come back to that in a moment, whether there were other factors. A second one is when they're concerned, as you both mentioned, about our activity. If they think the US will do something dangerous or escalatory, they're more likely to perhaps intervene. On the other hand, as Patricia mentioned, there's also this fear, enduring fear, that China will lose influence in the peninsula or with the DPRK. And as competitive pressures increase as well between the US and China, that's a second factor that makes it harder to get China to work collaboratively on the DPRK. So we have now on the table 4 or so different possible ways to look at this question. And then you just mentioned a fifth one. And we heard this from Sungmin as well, that there's the possibility that China could be embarrassed if it makes a request of the DPRK and it's unanswered. Then it really shows how little leverage they truly have. So that's a fifth kind of factor. And all 5 of these conspire in different ways to explain some form of the policy we see. What I would say as a second kind of set of observations is that it does look like the period where the Chinese were most willing to be useful begins perhaps with the nuclear tests in 2006, continues with the tests in 2009, continues through the initial 6-party talks, and then Xi Jinping's poor relationship with the DPRK is important as well. The fact that key Chinese interlocutors were executed by Kim Jong-un hasn't come up yet, but that was an important factor in biasing how he saw things. And the best indicator that China was reconsidering this question at that time is the fact that there were academics and think tanks within China writing on the subject. There were times in the past where people had written and then been told to stop. I remember that the famous journal Strategy and Management, was shut down over some DPRK-related criticism. But in this period, you do see a lot more of it, including from very mainstream academics. And they asked the question, is the DPRK a liability or is it an asset against the United States? But what is important to note here is that that domestic discourse in China really tracks the factors that everybody on this panel has identified as critical. And of course, now we're in a different world. It's hard to imagine the world of 2006, 2009 after the tests, or the 6-party talks, or the support they had on maximum pressure in 2016 or 2017. It's hard to imagine that today, right? Because ever since 2018, as all the panelists have observed, the Chinese government has been much more inclined to reduce pressure on North Korea. And there's been 2 factors, right? One is the US sort of desire to court Kim Jong-un was a surprise to Xi. I think there was a sense that he might have been personally aggrieved by that decision to do so in such a bold fashion. And the second was, of course, the Russia play after 2022. And the fact the Russians have been much more involved and that, have been willing to provide material that the Chinese would not provide, especially in the last 3 years, has been a game changer for Beijing as well. And that speaks to the motivation that Patricia mentioned of fear of losing influence, having now dialed back the cooperation. I'll just say as a final note, on a personal set of reflections, every time that we raised North Korea in the White House channels, whether at the level of the president or below, with the Chinese side, they basically did not have a serious discussion. They were not interested in a serious discussion. They would basically say, if there's a problem, it's your fault. Don't ask us for anything. We suggested at one point vaccine diplomacy at the height of COVID. So Jung mentioned, of course, that there's always concern about stability. And COVID was a potentially destabilizing event. However, I will note that when the proposal was made, could the US work with China to provide vaccines deniably to the DPRK, the Chinese side rejected it outright and said, no, we're not going to work on this, which I think suggests, again, that the competitive logic and the influence logic was triumphing over the stability logic. And then finally, I will just say that in a succession of requests about whether they could help broker US DPRK communication that'd be more substantive than what we had informally, they would also say no. So on 3 major requests, vaccines, the possibility of opening up more coordination, as well as the possibility of working together on some of these issues related to the program, the DPRK nuclear program, the answer was always no. I'll end with this. There was obviously clear concern in China about the Russia angle. And there were questions sometimes from the Chinese side. But there was also a resignation about 2 things. I think the Chinese side knows if on current course and speed, the Russian position in the DPRK may significantly strengthen. And also the rest of the region may go nuclear. Japan and Korea may one day go nuclear. And I think the Chinese are pricing some of that in. They don't want that to happen, but they don't know that they can stop it. And so whenever they were confronted with those arguments, they said, essentially in a kind of revealing way, at least in White House channels, well, what can we do about it? So let me stop there.
If there were a posture shift similar to what is advocated in Dr. Victor Cha's call for cold peace in the foreign affairs, if there were a significant shift in the U.S. posture, dropping CVID, dropping denuclearization as anything but some almost utopian far-end state goal, and we began to look at ways to build confidence with North Korea, to seek transparency in the nuclear weapons program in order to help with crisis management, et cetera, everything that would either directly or indirectly smell like arms control. Could we expect China's help in being a partner in that regard? And would that shift China's thinking? Again, if my theory is that, this urging for us to talk to the North, acknowledge your legitimate security concerns, is merely a deflection mechanism, that the Chinese are as aware as anybody that the last thing Pyongyang wants to do is put a single weapon on the table across from the United States. Is that a possibility? And I open that up to anybody who has thought about this.
I think one of the things that's been striking on Beijing saying no to all of these pretty positive ways that the U.S. offered on cooperation on North Korea is the absence of any thinking about the reputational costs. Beijing is not concerned about the reputational costs of supporting North Korea in this way, or not working with the United States or with South Korea on constraining North Korea's weapons development and testing. So that's been pretty striking. Even with the Russia-Ukraine war, there's no shame, and there's no sense of that maybe that their reputation is suffering as a result of their activities.
And a tolerance of missile launches as a sovereign right of any country. Why are we making a big deal out of them? But perhaps a warning having gone to Pyongyang on a 7th nuclear test that China really opposes. Is that it?
Yeah, that's something that we heard from Chinese interlocutors, was that they're absolutely against another nuclear test, and that they've conveyed their concerns to the North Koreans. So, there hasn't been a 7th nuclear test, so maybe that's something that actually did work. But in other instances, seen very little cooperation.
Yeah, so in South Korea, there is a theory called the China passing theory that needs to be empirically tested. But the hypothesis is that China wants the U.S. to engage with North Korea, but not too fast without China's supervision. So, like Patricia mentioned, so since Xi Jinping took office, he did not meet with Kim Jong-un for 6 years. In the meantime, he met with Park Geun-hye and Moon Jae-in, so South Korean president, 6 times. So he was practically ignored Kim Jong-un's existence, but only when Trump shows interest in meeting with Kim Jong-un, as if cutting in line, Xi Jinping called Kim Jong-un, you have to come to Beijing and explain to me. So there is a nervousness that Beijing is, that may be one reason why Beijing was not publicly endorsing Trump's and Li Jae-myung's engagement with Pyongyang yet. They want to control the pace, make sure by sending Wang Yi, they want to control the pace and communication. And then if Beijing supports the US and Pyongyang's reconciliation far more than current level, then the condition Beijing may ask for is that the reduction of USFK or the reduction of if not withdrawal, total withdrawal, reduction of the USFK size. And that it may look like possible now with President Trump talking about the burden sharing and his not really fully positive view of the USFK and President Lee Jae-myung's emphasis on autonomous of the Korean military. So it may be a time for China to finally, it may happen, we can ask Lee and Trump, then in exchange for our support for your talk with Kim Jong-un, we are going to ask for that. What are we going to do about that?
Well, if I could just jump in very quickly, I think those are excellent comments and insights. I think there are two factors that are ceilings to the ability of the Chinese government or the willingness of the Chinese government to put pressure on the DPRK for an arms control-like arrangement with the US, although I think it would be interesting to test. The first possible ceiling is, again, the close relationship between China and Russia, between Russia and DPRK. So the more that relationship tightens, I think the less risk willingness you see in Beijing for exerting influence on the DPRK. And certainly we felt that, I think, in the last 4 years. And I think it's more acute potentially going forward, especially if this kind of situation of potential wedge opens up on the kind of arms control issue. The second ceiling is Beijing's desire to look for, in our requests on the DPRK, leverage that they can apply on other issues, which we were talking about in the green room. The possibility that that the PRC could essentially extract a price on other issues that are orthogonal to the DPRK in order to get something like a more productive outcome on arms control is very real, and it's hard for them to pass up the opportunity. So those two things put a possible ceiling, but again, it should be empirically tested.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering, with China's own view towards arms control, how does it credibly serve as a mediator, right?
Well, they engage in strategic stability talks. They just won't let you call them strategic stability talks. And they're actually not very useful talks.
So, in terms of the relationship, that's a question we often get, I think one of the questions since I got out of government and respond to media more than, POTUS requests. Is there a base to how bad the relationship can go, the PRC-DPRK relationship, and a ceiling to how good it can go, so that, when you have these tactical shifts where, oh, look, Wang Yi is going in and something good must be happening because they're meeting, or they haven't met for months, something bad must be happening. Is that a good way to view the dynamic of the relationship as kind of working within certain boundaries that are consistent over time?
Well, I think from North Korea's perspective, that Kim sees obvious value in making sure that those ties are at least lukewarm. Right. And that was the takeaway from lukewarm ties to Russia over all those years, that they were able to be revived with the Ukraine war. And so it is in Kim's interest to at least maintain some level of conversation and engagement with China, because that's where the economic gravity is, and he is well aware that Beijing holds the economic cards. But with Russia, with the Russia relationship, Kim has more leverage on China. He can put China to the side, or China passing, and those are real fears. And I think the September 2025 with Xi in the middle and Putin and Kim on either side is to show both countries that the relationship flows through China, not through them individually or through Russia by any means. So Kim's recognition that he needs China, Putin therefore becomes his greatest gift, because it's the gift that keeps on giving because of the leverage that relationship provides over Beijing.
Good. Makes a lot of sense.
Of course, China has some leverage over Russia, too, that they can use, but we didn't really see that as much. It didn't seem like China felt that they could push Russia on DPRK-related issues. I think part of the story here is also why China's support for Russia's invasion of Ukraine has been so solid, despite the significant international, opprobrium they've received. There's a relationship here with Russia which is very complex, where even though Russia might be materially inferior to China, China can't push too hard because it worries about losing its its singular great power ally on the international stage.
Yeah. So on the ceiling part, Sid, I think that's yet to be seen. If I were Beijing, I would be looking at why the daughter keeps appearing. And the fact that Kim Jong-un had such a truncated, she and Kim have a terrible relationship. They clearly do not like each other. Kim has been very aggressive in really, just poking Xi in the eye with the BRICS summit, the missile launches, and it makes complete sense to me that Wang Yi would head to Pyongyang to make sure they don't do anything terrible while they're hosting, while China's hosting President Trump. That makes complete sense. And if I were Beijing, I would think about, okay, we were totally blindsided by the Kim Jong-un succession. Let's make sure that we keep the seats warm for when the daughter starts going up, right? So no surprises. Make sure to continue to exert or have some influence on North Korea's leadership, including on the daughter and who else may be lining up behind her as among elite support.
Pyongyang's too smart for that, though, aren't they? They're going to try to protect her. There's certainly,
of course,
she's going to study the history books and the logic and the reason of why these two countries are where they are. But your very negative portrayal of the relationship between Kim and Xi is contrasted with the relationship between Kim and Putin. Do you think that is a real relationship, or are they doing it all for the cameras?
Can I say So Kim and Putin. I think I don't think there's much. I don't think any of these are sentimental relationships, right? And they talk about each other as best friends, but these are not true friendships. They're very transactional. It's very clear what the strategic objectives are. And I think the North Koreans realize that as soon as the Russians have no use for them, that this is a relationship that can go away overnight. With the Chinese, it's a little bit different. I think, obviously they both have shared borders, but the Chinese more of one. And the Chinese have always felt more responsibility for sort of keeping things stable. And so I think for the Chinese, the North Koreans will always want to keep those ties warm enough or lukewarm enough. But Wang Yi going to Pyongyang, I don't see that as a high watermark of friendship. I think that's just part of the regular diplomatic cadence that we've seen since the September when Kim Jong-un went to Beijing. And I don't know if I would read into the timing too much either, because remember the summit, the U.S.-China summit was postponed. So this could have been something that was already in the books. I'm sure he used the visit to warn him not to do anything crazy. And then we've been talking about sort of how would the Chinese react to arms control propositions from the United States. I don't think they see that as coming anytime soon. I don't think they think the North Koreans are really interested in engaging at this point with the United States. And so they're at a very comfortable place where they feel like they don't need to do much. And there are other bigger priorities, namely the US-China relationship, keeping that steady. And I think until the United States conditions our broader relationship to Chinese actions on North Korea, they're not going to feel any kind of need to have to address North Korea. That's sort of, so I think sometimes you hear people, oh, should we de-link these things and treat North Korea as a discrete issue? I think it's actually the opposite. If you want Chinese actions on North Korea, you have to condition better U.S.-China ties, or condition an extended trade détente, for instance, on Chinese actions on North Korea. Then you'll get some attention from Beijing. But barring that, they're just going to leave the problem. This has always been a problem that they've had to manage.
So over the next 24 to 48 hours, there'll be a summit, and there will be either no or little mention likely of the North Korea issue. What do you say when the press starts calling you? Is this a reflection of Donald Trump's disinterest in North Korea? Is it Xi Jinping's protecting North Korea? What is the answer as to why the North Korea issue carried so little weight, has so little attention paid to it during this initial?
Yeah, because as we talked about when Trump went out to the region last fall, if we really felt like there might be some momentum. He tweeted or posted multiple times on Truth Social that he wanted to see Kim Jong-un. So it seemed like there was some momentum there. This time around, I think it's a question of bandwidth. I mean, obviously, the Trump administration is caught up with the Iran war. Their mind when it comes to the U.S.-China relationship is really about trade. Securing Chinese purchases of American goods, and that's what's been prioritized. And so North Korea, I don't expect to be on the agenda at all. And so again, that takes the pressure off the Chinese to have to even think about this issue.
And North Korea is not a domestic issue. It's not a U.S. domestic issue by any means.
Right.
And as you can see from all of the Trump administration strategy documents and their general approach to how they handle foreign policy, it's all domestic. And so this meeting is likely to just focus on what works well in a domestic space.
Yeah, it almost seems like one thing I often say about the challenge for the Korean Peninsula is it never reaches a true crisis point where the status quo makes inevitable some type of fundamental change the way that you've been approaching it. And I know maybe some people would see that differently. Some people would say, look how many weapons are growing, 50 to 100. The slightest provocation that would always be handled in the non-nuclear sphere now has a possibility of quickly escalating. But at the end of the day, you don't see that sense of urgency on the peninsula. And so you wonder if North Korea's entry back into the engagement mode would have to be preceded by the generation of some type of crisis. A bumper boat incident on the West Sea, a shelling of an island dispute over NLL, you name it. Okay, I think we have some time allocated here for, yes. Dr. Andrew.
Hi, thanks, Sid. I had a question for Rush. So I like how you linked your political science hat with your former NSC director hat. And when you mentioned that China wasn't really that helpful on these three issue areas, COVID vaccinations, denuclearization, and
engagement.
Yeah, engagement, connecting the U.S. with DPRK. And you said it was clearly that competition, competing interests for influence over DPRK outweighs stability. If the conditions were to change and we see a thawing in U.S.-China strategic competition, would you then expect the Chinese to be a bit more amenable to helping broker linkages between U.S. and North Korea? Would we see China being more helpful in that case as they were in the early 2010s? Thanks.
Well, it's a great question. Maybe a few points. First of all, if we did see a real thaw, and I think what we're more likely to see is a pause, not a thaw. So the summit is really kind of a pause, a ceasefire continuing, rather than a full change in the dynamics between the two countries. So let's say there was something more significant accomplished. Maybe it would make a difference. But again, I think there's a few problems. The first is the issue linkage issue would remain. The possibility would still be there that China would say, I'm glad that that the U.S. has some interests in doing X, Y, and Z of the DPRK. Maybe it's even a good idea. But we would like to see if we can extract anything on this that's valuable to us. And that's been the case for a long time. If you read Chinese texts, including party texts, there's always, not always, but there's often a subtext of we should link on issues that the U.S. has interests on. That included in the past, not just DPRK, but climate, Iran, and other such issues. And they still have that logic. I mean, it's been written about for more than 20 years. It's a deep kind of strategic thinking that's hard to dislodge. And the second factor remains Russia, which is that would the Chinese government want to expend some political capital with the DPRK if it meant the Russians filled the void for the benefit of the US-DPRK relationship? I see two liabilities on that side, but only one asset. One liability is they lose influence. The second liability is we gain influence. And then what do they get out of it? They might get some stability. So that goes back to the crisis dynamic. The true measure of when we're going to get progress here is going to be a crisis. I don't believe for a second that if we truly had a better relationship, that it fundamentally changed between the US and China, that it fundamentally changes China's interests on the peninsula. That's not the active variable in the list of variables that we're looking at. So ultimately, it's a good thing to have a good relationship. We should definitely manage competition and avoid blow-ups for its own sake. There may be some salutary benefits on the peninsula. But to me, it's probably going to take something that concerns Beijing that only the US involvement can help solve that would allow them to seriously consider an alternative approach.
I wonder what happens if Japan and South Korea proceed with improving relations with Russia, as they're now talking about because of energy issues. Russia's turn to the east becomes more extensive, given sort of hopelessness of the Ukraine situation. How does that affect Russia, China, North Korea relations? If Russia is more seriously involved in the region, not in any way reducing its interest in North Korea, but hoping that it can create a more substantial, balanced role in Northeast Asia.
So I think, so when President Trump invited President Zelensky to White House and giving him a hard time, that surprised many people in the world, including Kim Jong-un. And then right after that, President Trump also shows very strong willing to talk with Putin to put an end to the war in Ukraine. So from Kim Jong-un's perspective, suddenly out of expectation, it looks like it didn't happen, but it is possible that the war may end soon, sooner than he thought. And then he also looked at the case of Syria, that Putin did not really help to help Assad there. So from Kim Jong-un's perspective, it may be a time for him to finally, the time comes earlier than he thought, that he may need to reevaluate his strategic value to Russia. I'm not saying Putin is going to abandon Kim Jong-un right away, but strategic value of Kim Jong-un is inevitably to decline. So to compensate for that support from Russia, he needs to revive the relationship with China. So that, I think the moment of Kim Jong-un's interest in reviving relationship with China started from President Trump's meeting with Zelensky. So to your question, I think South Koreans and Japanese also see the possibility, the war. It didn't happen, but at the time, the war may end sooner than they thought. Then it may be as long as President Trump himself also signaled that he's willing to talk with Putin, cooperate with Putin. Cooperate maybe too much a strong word, but that may open an opportunity or green light to Seoul and Tokyo that you may also engage with Russia. So to your question, although it didn't happen, I think policymakers in Tokyo and Seoul, we are also watching how President Trump engage with Putin, and as soon as there is an opportunity comes up, then they will engage.
If I could just add one note, I think, if the engagement between South Korea and Japan and Russia remains, just about oil or economic engagement, the Chinese aren't going to care as much. It's really when it extends into the military sphere, which I don't see happening anytime soon, that they're going to freak out. But unless it's that, I don't think they're going to be too riled up.
I guess we assume, too, a shift of North Korean workers' efforts to reconstruction, munitions industry, replenishing Russia's depleted stockpiles, which we said internally looks like 5 to 10 years of value that Russia could get out of the relationship if need be, because Russia's in pretty bad shape right now. And these are areas North Korea could help with. Why don't you go first, or then you? Okay.
Yes, hello. My question is on sunshine policy. As you know, it's gone, not existing anymore. But how can China help North Korea? Because they've done that in Vietnam and Mexico. In many of the countries, they've set up industries. If they could help North Korea to look at different directions in manufacturing, maybe they can have a more prospect, lively for the youngsters, especially who may can get a job or can get a training. Do you think China could help them in that way if South Korea were to activate sunshine policy back?
So I think the Chinese have tried, right? And they've tried to sell their own development story to the North Koreans. And they are always frustrated, like, why aren't they taking this from us, or why can't they learn from us? And so I think the North Koreans just, are fundamentally just so much more insular, more paranoid. The Chinese have tried to say, look at our opening and reform and how good it's been for us, and you can still, control politically. But the North Koreans haven't engaged in that way, and I think there's a lot of frustration in Beijing, actually, like, why can't they see the light?
They told us the same way. They've tried to sell them on the Vietnam model, and it was very frustrating. I mean, the dilemma that North Korea faces is a dilemma it has always faced in the post-war period, post-Cold War, is any real reform and opening is just fundamentally a threat. Sunshine policy is a threat to the existence of North Korea. And it's hard to come up with a model for development that maintains the autocratic, totalitarian controls so that there's no color revolution, there's no peaceful evolution like this is Vladimir Putin's fear for Russia on a much larger scale with much more exposure, particularly to Europe. For now, North Korea is enclosed and safe.
Yeah, and the pandemic gave North Korea an excuse to really beef up those borders with China. So, and there's been some reporting about how Kim Jong-un doesn't there's crackdowns on Chinese-made, music or media, and so and videos. So as much as Kim and the regime fears influence from South Korean culture, they also fear Chinese culture and probably Russian culture. So they've beefed up those borders. He controls there have been ideological crackdowns repeatedly. So that's just not where the regime is.
There was who was the other?
Hi, Talcon Chen, visiting fellow at CSIS. So end of last year, we did a CSIS GFB department did the whole series of events on the Korean nations to discuss about the relationship between mainland China, Russia, North Korea, Iran. And obviously that stir up some argument whether that was transactional or the access of atrocity. Much of the focus has been on how those Korean nations support Russia in the Ukrainian war effort. But if we look from a different angle, do you think that based on your assessment, no matter what kind of relationship you think mainland China and North Korea, DPRA has, whether it's a communist brotherhood or transactional, do you think that Beijing has enough leverage or influence over Pyongyang to gain similar support, not necessarily like combat troops or labor such to the Russia like the Ukrainian war, but to trigger a standoff along the 38 parallel like North Korea previously did in the early 2000s with ROK, basically stir out another Korean Peninsula crisis while Beijing planning on launching another Taiwan cross-strait crisis to compete against the limited military resource and assets of the U.S. military, because based on that, the likelihood of that scenario, that might further reinforce the earlier argument that we may need to start strengthen and empower the ROK government and UN command so they can stand off against the potential crisis by themselves. Thank you.
I could take a shot at this first, and I'd love to hear from the other panelists. So my sense is that, it's a point of debate, right? Would North Korea be an asset or a liability when it comes to a Taiwan contingency? And today, where the U.S. is, the way that President Trump has talked about Taiwan, where he says, you know, Taiwan is 9,000 miles away from us, and it's only 67 miles off of the PRC's coast. That makes it sound like the United States may not get involved in a contingency in the Taiwan Strait. And so if that is the case, then the last thing that China would want would be for North Korea to take the opportunity of a crisis in Taiwan to do something themselves vis-a-vis South Korea, because that would activate the US-ROK alliance, where there are actual legal commitments that the United States has. And so I think it's hard to tell. You know, I don't know. I don't think the Chinese are necessarily counting on the North Koreans for a Taiwan contingency scenario, and especially today, given where we are, they may not see that as a helpful play, and they'd actually want the North Koreans to stay out.
I just add there's low levels of trust between these authoritarian capitals. And we just discussed that in the context of China, Russia, and the DPRK. Nobody really trusts the other side all that much. Coordinating a multi-pronged offensive across multiple theaters, coordinated against the United States, is a huge risk, and your ally could defect and not end up being there when you need them. Right. I also think a second key point here is that a Taiwan provocation is unlikely to take the form, at least in the near term, of a significant military invasion. It's more likely to take the form of a blockade or a quarantine-like scenario combined with cyber attacks, possibly limited joint firepower strikes, and maybe critical infrastructure, rather critical supply chain attacks. If you put all that together, there's not a lot of DPRK role in that, right? That the Chinese can do that without needing the North Korea to do anything. And if DPRK gets involved, then to Patricia's point, it does change the situation entirely. It might even increase the odds of the U.S. seeing this as something more consequential. So I think that it's important to plan for the possibility of simultaneous testing and probing by the PRC and the DPRK, but it's also probably useful to acknowledge the limits of that strategy in Beijing for accomplishing their objectives.
Yeah, the more I hear about it, I mean, wanting to control all the controllable variables is a top priority for China, and basing anything upon Pyongyang launching something preemptively. And I think, conversely, Pyongyang certainly would not want to be the one to sacrifice. If it's going to take any advantage of some hostility over Taiwan, it would be in the cleanup mode after the United States, maybe even the ROK, is exhausted, both in terms of munitions inventory as well as just war after war. If North Korea is going to take any advantage of this, it's probably after things begin to wind down over Taiwan. But again, there's so many scenarios that one can imagine. It's not an easy question to say, what will South Korea do, or what will in a Taiwan scenario. Yes.
Thank you. Just a quick comment and then a question. The comment is, I said you alluded to it earlier, which is Victor has written just an excellent article in Foreign Affairs. I thought that should be the end of Korea debate, by the way, North Korea debate. And so my question is, again, coming back to Taiwan angle. So when I talk to both Chinese officials and Chinese scholars, there is a connection, historical connection between Taiwan and North Korea, which is that Chinese feel that they would have unified with Taiwan.
If not for the war.
In fact, they were going to do it in 1950 had Korean War not happened. And that struck me very deeply when I visited Dandong about 18 months ago, and they have a new museum of the Korean War there. By the way, if you haven't been there, you should go there. And there is, of course, their own language about the connection between Taiwan and North Korea. So I wanted to ask, because I think this is the furthest thing from American policymakers' mind, that there is somehow historical connection between Taiwan and North Korea. And it also happened, by the way, when China intervened on the Korean Peninsula. The first thing that U.S. did was send a ship to Taiwan Straits to stop any kind of incursion. So, I mean, Does this factor in among the Chinese at the moment as well? That's what I wanted to ask.
Let me maybe offer a quick thought on the Chinese perspective. Among American policymakers, that history was known. I teach it in my class at Georgetown. We have a whole session on this very point. But I would also say that a historical linkage is not the same as an operational linkage. So there is a historical linkage, and the through line between those historical linkages is U.S. imperialism and bullying in their mind. But the operational complexity of linking these two theaters is enormous, and the political benefits may be less significant. So I think it's complicated. It is an emotional factor, but it's not, I think, a driving strategic factor.
Yes, but it is an emotional factor. So, so there is a deep resentment. It is part of China's bad memory of the history that extends to the Cold War, the beginning of the Cold War, that it was President Truman's decision to send 7th Fleet on the same night that he decided to defend South Korea. So Mao Zedong was preparing to finish the job of conquering Taiwan, but it was Truman's decision that stopped that. But on top of that, in 1954, the U.S. also signed a mutual defense treaty with Taiwan. So that also blocked Mao Zedong's future efforts to unify with Taiwan. So there is a historical fact that we often forget. But I'd like to use this chance to also extend Chinese perspective about the value of North Korea as a buffer zone. We always know that North Korea has a buffer zone value. But there is also long historical background that when Korea was so dominant, the Silla and yes, and then also Chinese Silla, what was the dynasty? There was, I forgot. Silla and the Chinese dynasty, they fought together. And also Joseon and Qing dynasty, they also fought together with Russia. And also famously, Joseon also fought together with Ming dynasty against Japanese invasion. And also the Chinese participation in the Korean War was also to save North Korea as a buffer state. So the concept of buffer state has a long historical context from Chinese perspective. And then even today, Ukraine, Russia was Putin was even see more value of rather going to war rather than losing Ukraine as a buffer state. So my point is that when China emphasized the stability of North Korea, it has a background of this historical memory of the buffer state. China cannot allow hostile forces to be dominant on the Korean Peninsula.
I guess there's only one thing worse than a buffer state, and that's a nuclear buffer state. But, Victor, I think it's time to wrap up our session. You have final comments? Thank you all to our panelists for your insights.
Well, thanks, Sid. Thanks to all of our speakers and panelists this morning for a very interesting discussion. We at CSIS are going to continue to work on this relationship as well as more broadly some of the questions that were raised about what's the future of, in particular, the DPRK-Russia relationship. Let me just conclude by offering 5 quick thoughts based on the conversations we've had today, and then your class will be dismissed. The first of these is that as we started out, really the geostrategic context when we think about China and Korea really has changed quite a bit. We talked about how it's gone from economic complementarity to head-to-head economic competition. The relationship between China and North Korea and Russia, of course, the gray zone activities now that we saw by China in the South China Sea now radiating up to even the Yellow Sea. Korea has made some big decisions already, particularly we see on the investment side, as we talked about in the first panel, but at the same time, Ambassador Yoon reminded us of this historic relationship that in many ways constrains South Korea from going fully away from China. Second, the biggest change that we have seen overall has been the relationship between Russia and DPRK, and it was talked quite a bit in this last panel. in addition to the fact that China and Russia have effectively accepted North Korea as a nuclear weapon state and have moved away from any real interest in denuclearization. But to me, what was really interesting out of the conversations we had today on this was this notion that part of the reason we don't see any Chinese activity on DPRK in Russia is because China is constrained by their relationship with Russia, right? Putting aside the fact of whether they could actually influence or attenuate the tie, they are constrained in many ways by their relationship with Russia. And the other side of this coin is that I think we all agree Russian influence over DPRK, relatively speaking, for the United States and allies, is much worse than Chinese influence over DPRK, in the sense that China does care about avoiding a seventh nuclear test, but I don't think Russia cares about any of that. If anything, they would like North Korea to do as much as they can. Third, on the Taiwan, the role of Korea in the Taiwan contingency, I think there was this general view that these two theaters are not decoupled at all. They are, in the current context, quite closely intertwined. There was an interesting discussion at the end of the day about the historical ties between the two. But at least from a U.S. perspective, Sungmin talked about it's like a Goldilocks thing, right? The South Koreans are not going to not be involved. They can't do that. And they're not going to be fully involved, and it's going to be somewhere in between. And it may not be to the satisfaction of the United States, but for the United States, we have to plan against that. We have to plan against accepting the fact that it's not going to be all in by South Korea, and it's not going to be all out. It's going to be something in between that won't fully satisfy the United States, especially if we're losing, as Mark Kansing said, 10,000 lives in a battle, but we nevertheless have to plan against that. And then finally, the biggest variable in all this is the United States. Mark put it in a very discreet way. We have no policy when it comes to the Indo-Pacific. But at the same time, we have major things that are happening. This summit this week will undeniably ripple to the Korean Peninsula and will have implications for how China and Korea look to each other. Finally, in all of this mess, is there anything operationally that comes out of this? At least in my view, despite all of the uncertain variables, the United States, Japan, and South Korea are always well advised to continue to improve and tighten that relationship. Each party is stronger vis-a-vis China when the three countries are closer together. And here, agency on the part of Japan and South Korea becomes very important because, again, as our first panel said, our two former distinguished State Department ambassadors said, the United States doesn't seem to be very, very excited about trilateral right now, but that doesn't mean that Japan and South Korea cannot continue to push ideas onto the U.S. government about what we can do trilaterally, because in the end, in all of this uncertainty, that's something that we can count on as being useful moving forward. So with all of that, thank you again to all of our speakers and our moderators. Thank you to our partner, the Korea Foundation, in putting this conference together. Thank you to our staff, the Geopolitics Korea Chair and iLab staff for helping us to put this event together. And thank you all for coming. Thank you very much.